welcome to the Cloud Security Operation course on Intellipaat. Do you know, friends, that directing active assaults on corporate assets, responding to them, and recovering from them are the primary goals of cloud security operations? Now, before we head on and discuss more about cloud security operations, do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. So first, we are going to discuss about cloud model. Moving ahead, we are going to learn about operational security. Then, we are going to discuss about laws and regulations applicable to cloud. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss the cloud concepts and cloud data security. Then, we are going to learn about infrastructure security and application security. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss about platform security. Then, after completing this, we are going to learn about data protection, data retention, and data destruction. Then, we are going to learn about legal risk and compliance. Moving ahead, we are also going to discuss about legal framework and guidelines. Then, we are going to learn about eDiscovery and forensic discovery. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss about standard privacy requirements. And at the end, we are going to conclude our session with understanding audit process and its related methodologies.
I talked about the Uber attack where the Uber AWS infrastructure was compromised and the Uber CSO knew about the security incident, about the flaw, but did not report it. And you have an advisory body by the name Certain. And Certain has issued a mandate where every company in India has to store logs up to 6 months. And whenever requested by Certain, a company has to share the log files with Certain. If there are security incidents within the company, they have to be reported to Certain within 24 hours. Now, you see here, you see this email? The deadline put is September 25, mandatory reporting, not even 24 hours, my bad, within 6 hours. So let me correct myself. It is not 24 hours, it is 6 hours, within 6 hours, sorry. 6 hours, if you had a cybersecurity issue, you have to report it to the government. Not doing this, any failure to comply with these requirements can land officials to even prison up to 1 year or 1 lakh fine. These are all changes made this year, sometime around June. So this means that whether you are on cloud, whether you are on anything, you have to keep your logs for up to 6 months. And if Certain makes a request, see the headline. So this is something that was not there last. So which means that today the federal government, the Certain body, if they make a request, you will have to provide the logs. We can also see more details here. Certain 180 days, it's everywhere within 6 hours. So that is all about it. So the point I'm trying to highlight here is that you have to keep these logs up to 6 hours. Sorry, not logs, 6 months. And if there's cybersecurity incident, you need to report it. See this part, the same thing. All this that I said, right? So please keep your eye on this part. It is, yes, it is only a mandate in India because Certain, that's right. Certain is a body within India. It's a regulatory body under the government of India. So it is within India. Within other countries, the land of the law follows there, okay? So the reason why I'm trying to highlight this part is because now the federal governments, they want more control over your, over the country's data. They also want to make sure that the data of the country should remain within the country. So now there's a lot of focus on data centers, establishing data centers within the country. And this is the norm throughout the world. India is no exception, and neither the rest of the world is an exception. So I'm sure that you know that you may be aware that a person like Adani, they have established a network of data centers in India. And why they are doing so? The reason why they are doing so is because the government has come up with this rule and they see some good business in this area. All kind of logs, your application logs from VPN, any kind of logs, So you have to, but interestingly, what they have not specified is what kind of data you want to log. So it's still under your control. That's something, the way that certain has come up with this requirement is very fluffy, It's very fluffy. Now, so this is the initial part. Now, what are we going to be covering in cloud security and how this entire thing is related? Okay. So first of all, we need to understand, okay, and then we will also cover some of the reports. We will talk about all those things. First thing is, there is cloud infrastructure, okay, cloud model. Then we talk about cloud data security. The next part is cloud infra security. Okay. Fourth one would be your cloud application security. Fifth one would be operational security. Okay. Or operational security / platform security. I mean, that's the one. And the final one would be laws and regulations applicable within cloud. Okay. Laws and regulations applicable to cloud. So that is going to be the sessions, and we are going to cover a lot of these things. Okay. Now, when we talk about cloud, first of all, you need to understand what are the things that we need. What if I have to move towards the cloud? What are the areas that we need to secure? And does my on-premise security, the on-premise security, does it change drastically in the cloud model? What is exactly within cloud? And the next part is, what are the various, I'm talking from two aspects. I'll be talking from two aspects, since some of you are experienced professionals, some of you maybe. So I'll be talking about two aspects in this entire curriculum. I'll be talking about various career opportunities within cloud, and also the course part of it, the cloud security part of it. So it will be covered from two aspects. Okay, one is careers within cloud, and then we talk about within the cloud, and then we talk about cloud security. Okay, so it's just an overview on this part. Yes, there will be some correlation to that, to the. Okay. So first, let's start with cloud security, and then I will map it to this thing. So if you have to move towards cloud, how do you secure it? There are so many cloud platforms like AWS, Azure, Google Cloud. So AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, Oracle Cloud, SAP Cloud, Alibaba Cloud, Huawei Cloud. You have this IBM Cloud, right? Did I miss anything else? Yandex Cloud. Yandex is a very well-known cloud provider in Russia. And what else? Any other cloud provider? DigitalOcean, yeah, it's a well-known cloud provider. At least 10 I have listed here. Tencent Cloud is another one. There would be the 11th one. Again, a Chinese cloud company. Okay. What if I tell you there are other cloud companies? Have you heard of cloud? All of you all know these names. Most of you know these names, right? I'll give you, and this is specifically for people within India. So most of you know this cloud company. VMware Cloud also, yeah. VMware Cloud. What about, okay, VMware Cloud is also there. What about, how many of you have heard about E2E Networks Cloud? Now, I was involved in the audit of this company, okay? And I'll show you something which should be relevant for you. See, whenever you jump to the cloud, first and the foremost thing is, you should first take a look at the SLA document of the cloud company. Okay, SLA document, very, very important. SLA is your service level agreement. Extremely important, because this defines your further journey in the cloud. Okay, So make sure that you're doing this. Now, the reason I'm talking about this cloud company is because if you want to deploy a Windows server, let's say you want to deploy a Windows server or a Linux server, okay, it would probably cost you in Indian rupees something like 1500 rupees INR, or something like 1600 rupees. So, which means that this amount is, to people from other part of the world, this is like roughly around 20 US dollars, or something like 18 US dollars, 18 USD a month on for hosting one Windows slash Linux server on cloud, which is quite cheap actually. Okay. And I'm talking about a good configuration, a decent configuration, something like where you're getting around 12 GB of RAM. That's the kind of cloud environment this is. So the amount for hosting a Windows server or a Linux server on cloud is roughly around $18 a month, or roughly 1600 rupees. How many of you think this is a cheap price, and how many of you think that this is not so cheap? It's cheap. It is indeed cheap, but in general, it is actually quite cheap. In the longer term, you have to take into those figures as well. Now, the point is, I may have covered in some of my earlier batches. I usually start with this part. What we are talking about is, look at the SLA document. Okay, look at the SLA of, you go to E2E networks. Okay, you go there. It's pretty cheap. You come down at the bottom. Okay, and you look at something called as, you look at the certifications, what they have. So they say they have all this ISO and all those certifications. They have the certifications. Fair enough. What I am more interested in is looking at their SLA, service level agreement. Now, I'm looking at certain definitions. So definitions like, we look at some definitions. We look at terms like uptime. So we are looking at uptime. Then we are looking at fault, service time, emergency maintenance, excused unavailability, planned downtime, and exception, support request. Now you see, these are normal terms, okay? Look at this term, emergency maintenance. It simply means that maintenance carried out under a, sometimes when the situation is very tricky at at their end, they will carry out an emergency maintenance. Fair enough, point taken. Then let's talk about planned downtime. So even your ATM machines require upgrades. So any system, any system whichever is operational today, be it from anything, be it from IT to even your cars, everything, your washing machine, everything requires maintenance. Every machine requires maintenance. So planned downtime, it makes sense. Then downtime, which is unplanned downtime, sometimes a particular disk may become corrupt, or some major issue has happened. Let's say there are floods, or the data center where E2 is hosted has caught fire. So there can be unforeseen situations also. So all these terms make sense. What doesn't make sense is excused unavailability. It absolutely is not making any sense of it at all. See, in typical terms, either your organization will have an outage because of some issue, because you are performing maintenance issues or something, or it may have outage because something absolutely came out of the blue and caused your systems to crash down, which can happen because it's a system at the end of the day. So you have one category as maintenance, one category as planned downtime, because either you're upgrading an application or you're doing something, and finally unplanned downtime. All these three terms make sense. What doesn't make sense is excused unavailability. First of all, what the heck, this term, it doesn't really make any sense. So, you can say something like this, what the heck this is. Now, I'll tell you, when you review this SLA as a cloud professional, I'll show you something which then tells you the entire story. Now I'll pull up something. I'll pull up a document from one of the E2E members. This thing. Okay. So you can see here, there's this compliance certificate. So we had a question. I'll come to that, Vikrant, just a minute. I'll talk about that. Now you see here, this is the company. It is E2E Networks. Okay. And what they're saying is that look at the location of the data center. Look at the this is E2E Networks. It's their signed by their authority. Look at their data center. It is NTT data center, which is in Mumbai. So you know what is the outcome of that particular question? This one, where you are using the term unplanned, excused unavailability. This term. Okay. Now we can clearly identify why they have mentioned this. It's a very smart marketing tactic. This company, E2E Networks. So here, E2E Networks, the answer is very simple. E2E Networks does not have its own data center. What they have done is taken a rack on rent in entity's data center, in entity systems data center. That is what they have done. And then they're claiming that it's their own data center. So now the point is excused unavailability. Now I'll give you the definition. What is now the definition is, if something happens to entity data center, then E2E can do nothing about it. E2 has nothing, it can do nothing about it. E2E networks can do nothing about it. So, about it. Hence, they have included the term excused unavailability here, because this is an area beyond their control. So the wrong notion here, what they have done is they have not given the customer, a potential customer or a existing customer, the clear picture, right? Does that make sense to everyone? So that's the essential difference. So this company is on a rent model, and this is what typically happens, large enterprises. So for instance, a company like Adani, which is going to be hosting a data center, they don't have cloud capability by any means, by the way. They will start this, rental model. They are not on public cloud, so they will have their own private center and all that. They will do it this way, but they will ask these guys to come up and they will give them bare metal instances. So they will follow the rental model, like entity data. This is why they have E2E Networks has used a term excused unavailability. Vinod says it is like escaping the SLA breach with customers. Absolutely. The area which is not under their control, why would E2E Networks go and tell their customers that it is not their data center? They will not go, right? So this is how fishy things are in the cloud market. So always, when you're getting into the cloud, you have to be a little smart with regards to SLA, cloud contracts, because there can be a lot of, the people within the cloud, they can do a lot of manipulation. So just be aware of that. It's a good service. It's a good thing, but you should be aware about the pros and cons. Okay. Now, emergency downtimes. Now you know what is excused unavailability. Emergency downtime is a situation where, let's say, your data center has failed for some reason, or the power supply, there's fire in your data center. So that calls for emergency maintenance. Or there is overheating in your data center, power fluctuations, backup power supply not working. That is a situation where you need to, or there's a blackout in your data center, complete blackout. So in those situations, you will need to start emergency downtime. You will need some time to activate the backup services from somewhere else. That is emergency downtime. Excused unavailability is more of a, it's more of a bluff. It's not even a term. It's more of a bluffing technique here, simply to save their, the E2E networks can save their ass by, because when something happens to entity data center, E2E networks can actually do nothing about it. Okay. So rather than telling their customers that it is entity data center, why would customers come on E2E's cloud if they come to know about that, okay, these guys are on entity, we can directly go with entity. So the idea was to give you some thought here. So this was about, this is the initial part. So the first thing is look at the SLA. The next part is how to choose the cloud vendor. See, you are in the security class. I want to tell you something which all of you should take a look into. Okay. The cloud model also has a lot of gray areas. So first thing you have to choose is which model works best for you based on cost, based on many factors. So there, let's say once you have chosen a particular cloud vendor, let's say you have gone with Azure, Microsoft Azure. You're all familiar with Office 365. Okay. Now, here is the thing. Take a look at this. I'm here in my personal, this is my personal email account. I go to spam. So first of all, I received a message saying that I'm approaching my SharePoint, this thing, a limit, right? I go here. The moment I go here, okay, I go to that URL. I can see my SharePoint folders. Similarly, if I go to Teams, it is opening up my Teams account, right? If I go to portal.azure.com, it is going to this service. It's going to the Azure portal. The point I've been trying to make is I have accessed 3 sites. In front of you, I accessed 3 sites. I accessed my SharePoint link. I accessed my, what was that? Azure portal. And what else did we access? Microsoft Teams. Now, all 3 are a part of your Office 365 package. All 3 services are a part of your Office 365 package. So all of them are a part of Office 365 package. Now my question is, did we get a separate authentication service for SharePoint, Team, Azure portal, and Teams? Did all these applications ask me for authentication? It did not. And the reason is why it's very simple is because it would have asked me for authentication once at the start, and then I can access all the services under its umbrella, right? So it might have asked me for authentication once, and then I can access all these services. Now my question here is, so all you need to do is break the first layer of authentication, and if you're through, that's right, Lumbi. It's pretty much like SSO only. That's absolutely spot on. So break the first layer of authentication. So think like SSO. If I break it up, if there is a loophole there, then I can access, if you're through, you can access all the related services under one umbrella without any further authentication. So the problem which I'm trying to state you at the very fundamental problem itself is, what if the SSO protocol, or what if the SSO feature itself had vulnerability? And if you're able to bypass that, and if you're able to get through, then literally every service, right from Teams to Azure portal to Office 365, to your mails, SharePoint, everything is under attack. It becomes vulnerable. So your SSO can become a single point of failure. Do you want to be in this kind of a situation? I don't think. I don't think this is not the right thing. So what I'm trying to highlight is that the cloud vendors are also doing things similar to what we do when we are setting up our on-premise infrastructure. So if you're exactly, AWS also has the same thing. This is a wrong precedent. It should be changed. Why this should be changed is we are talking in today's times about something called as MFA, multi-factor authentication. Okay, authentication. Let me show you something which might be useful to you. Okay, they're compromising because of user experience too. Let me show you something which might come in very handy. Okay, let me see this part if I have. So I typically follow this document, which is known as cyber attacks case study. I do this. We do all this part. Okay, we do this part. Cyber attack case studies. So solar winds, how this could have been prevented. British Airways, didn't sort of DDoS attack. So all these things we do. I might. So I think the point I'm trying to make is the answer lies here itself. See, today's times we are talking about establishing a zero trust architecture. How many of you have heard about the term zero trust? Zero trust means I do not even trust my employees. I have absolutely got no trust in anybody. That is a zero trust. You trust nobody. Plain Jane simple. You, whether it's a authorized user or whether it's an outside user, some attacker or somebody, some XYZ person outside the organization, to us at the network level, if we are talking about zero trust architecture, they are all the same thing. So nobody gets preference, nothing. So if you want to establish a zero trust architecture, this architecture of SharePoint, Azure Portal, Microsoft Teams is a flawed. It does not work. This approach does not really satisfy the requirements of a zero trust architecture. That is exactly what I'm trying to tell you. Requirements of a zero trust architecture. It doesn't. So once I authenticate through the initial login of Office 365, I can access SharePoint, Azure Portal, Teams, emails, XYZ things, tons of features that are a part of the Office 365 package. But that doesn't really satisfy the zero trust architecture requirement. Zero trust architecture says if I have to log into SharePoint, I need to authenticate. If I have to log into Azure Portal, I need to authenticate. If I have to log into Teams, I need to authenticate. And at every layer, what I'm saying is, I want everybody to log in with multi-factor authentication at each layer. So SharePoint MFA, log in with that. Log into Azure Portal with MFA, multi-factor authentication, even to Teams. Yes, one thing that can be done is to make things easy for the end user, you can authenticate on each service once. So if I open SharePoint for the first time, and if I have 24 hours for the if I'm scrolling through multiple times in a day, that is okay. Allow me to log in once and let me do my job. If I'm logging to Azure Portal, the first time I start my day, get me through multi-factor authentication. But if I am logged in through multi-factor authentication Azure Portal, it does not mean that I should be allowed directly to access Teams, which is currently what's being seen. So the point I'm trying to convey here is that zero trust architecture is not followed even with public cloud. So zero trust means that you trust nobody. If you connect to Azure Portal and if there is a virtual server you're trying to connect to it via SSH, even there you should be authenticating via multi-factor authentication. That is the fundamental requirement of zero trust architecture. This is the starting point. We will tend to go a lot deeper, but are you clear now that essentially your public cloud, the services within that, they are also not providing you zero trust architecture approach. So they are not providing you that. So this was the initial discussion. Now, what next from here? Where do we go from here? Now let's talk about getting onto the cloud, okay, and loading the data from your on-prem cloud. So somewhere, see, in order to put an application, you need to either transport a file from your local system to the cloud. You need to do something, right? Otherwise, the cloud will have no data at all. Now, when you get onto the cloud, you have to consider various requirements. There are various requirements that you need to consider as a part of getting onto your cloud journey. What are those requirements? Let's talk about that. So when you get onto the cloud, how do you have to address some questions. Question number one, is my cybersecurity policy good enough to support cloud requirements, or do I need a dedicated cloud security policy? Because how things work for my organization on premise, it will not work. It may or may not work the same way when you move things on the cloud. That is the first question you have to address, whether you really need a policy, or does your existing.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has an advanced certification in cybersecurity course in collaboration with E and ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts to help you master all the skills necessary for getting your dream job in cybersecurity field. Reach us out to know more about this course.
Policies are good enough to cover cloud related architectures? So that's the first question. The second question is, how are you loading, how are you migrating your application or shifting your application to the cloud? How are you doing it to the cloud? How do you do it? That's the next question. Which cloud model have you chosen for your requirements? Have you chosen for your requirements? That's the next thing. So when you talk about this, are we looking at the infrastructure as a service model, platform as a service, or software as a service model? So which cloud model have we chosen for our requirements, right? And are we only hosting our application on the cloud, or are we also hosting our data on the cloud as well? Yeah. That's the next question. Fifth question is, which is one of the most important questions out of all these, is what kind of security tools do I need on the cloud? Do I really need on the cloud? What are the kind of tools do I need? So when I talk about tools, do I need a firewall? Do I need a network firewall? Do I need a web application firewall? Do I need a IDS IPS? Do I need a DLP, data loss prevention tool? Do I need a endpoint protection system platform? Do I need a email gateway service? Do I need URL filtering? What else? DLP, I mean, I think of DDoS protection, yes. Do I need this? And yeah, so pretty much this much. There can be more things, but right now we're just talking about these core services. Now, when it comes to getting these kind of things, what options do I have on the cloud? What options do we have on the cloud? Do we go with security vendors product on the cloud? So when I talk about security vendors, should I go with a checkpoint firewall or a Palo Alto firewall on the cloud? That's also something you need to address, or any other kind of firewall. And the next part is, does the cloud vendor also provide security tools to provide protection to my cloud services? The answer is yes. Cloud vendors do provide security tools. Fundamental question to address is, I'm telling you this because from deep level experience, okay? I have had this discussion with a lot of people many times, okay? And this is also, a part of my own perception also, which is being reflected here. So the fundamental question is, should I trust the cloud vendors' security products on the cloud, or the well-known security vendors products on the cloud? So that is what we need to address. And add another layer to this, add the final question to this, add the final piece, the final piece or jigsaw question here, which is, can I build my cloud security? With the help of open source tools? That's another final question, right? Now, these, from a security standpoint, this is the core area. If you address this, half the battle is won. Okay. If you address this part, half the battle is won, because we are talking about cloud related security controls. Now, the next part of this pointer is that how do I address these fundamental challenges? First, I have a well-known security product vendor like Fortinet. It provides a virtual firewall. It provides this, that. Then we have AWS. AWS provides your web application, and it also provides you with, it provides you with some level of, it also provides a Microsoft Azure, AWS have their own web service, web application firewall service. So I think you are addressing this part of the question, where should I trust the cloud vendor security products? And I'm going to, so thanks for your for your remarks there. And I think I'm just going to address this part. So we have Microsoft Azure, and they're providing their own web service. Now the thing is, what is the other alternative? The other alternative is that you could go for a virtual web application firewall provided by, let's say, Barracuda Networks, which is a well-known one, Barracuda Networks, or via cloud, Checkpoint Cloud Guard product, Checkpoint Cloud Guard AppSec product. It can provide this. Now, Barracuda Networks and Checkpoint, they are very well-known security vendors. So if you go for the products, it will do its job. Now, fundamental question is, will it do better than the AWS and Azure provided web service? Or will the Azure web service and AWS provided web service will do better than Barracuda Networks web and the Checkpoint's Cloud Guard AppSec? So that's the question we need to address. And add the final puzzle to this. You have an open source tool, open source web application firewall like Mott Security. So if you deploy Mott Security on a given server, how well it will perform? How well does a Mott Security compare to Azure or AWS web service? How does it compare? So you have to start addressing these kind of questions. Why does company always move to paid ones like Empower WAF or some WAF compared to Mott Security? That is exactly what we are going to be addressing now. So first thing we need to understand is, and I will give you the real picture. The security vendors security vendors like Checkpoint, Palo Alto, Forcepoint, Fortinet, F5, Paracuda Networks, and many others. Okay? Their security products are far better than what's being what is being provided for by Azure or AWS or any other cloud vendor. So one thing now it should be clear to you is that if I compare the Azure WAF versus Barracuda Networks WAF, Barracuda Networks WAF is far superior to Azure WAF. That's because they have been not doing this from 1 year, right? Azure is just a new entrant, just couple of years back they came into the cloud. Prior to that, they did not even think about having a web application firewall. Barracuda's business itself is selling web application firewall and other products. So naturally, the security vendors' products will be a lot better as compared to the cloud vendors' products. Security vendors' WAF products are generally better than vendors' WAF products are generally better than cloud providers' WAF service. Okay, so they are better than cloud providers' WAF service. But if we compare a cloud service provider's WAF service, if we compare a cloud service to open source flat security, open source related WAF product, then which one is superior? The answer is tricky here. There is no straight line. The only thing is that if you have mod security enabled, okay, you enabled mod security, you need to buy custom rules. So if we compare cloud service providers WAF service to any of this thing, mod security, you need to buy custom rules and then get them configured. So for open source products, it is a little complex to deploy a lot of rules. But if I compare open source, WAF service versus Azure, they are pretty much at par. Okay? So if mod security is, let's say 9, maybe Azure maybe 9.5. So there is not much of a difference there. Okay. So you should always start with the frugal approach. You should always start with the frugal approach because first create a VM on cloud virtual machine, install mod security there, and configure the mod security rules, and then see how it behaves. How does the software behave? That is how you would start. If you're not satisfied with that, then you could probably do a trial run the with Azure itself, their provided WAF service. So you compare that. And finally, you can also do a POC, proof of concept scenario, for the WAF provided by CloudGuard or Barracuda. Eventually, your conclusion you would end with the conclusion that the WAF capability of security vendors like Checkpoint, Palo Alto, Barracuda is far better than the other web application firewalls, including the cloud vendors firewall, or for that matter, a open source firewall. But the cost would be higher here. AWS and Microsoft, they save customer cost. See, what they do is, see, please understand what we are trying to, what are we trying to cover here? Customers tend to purchase security products also on cloud from the same cloud vendor because it is easy for them. It's quite easy on the pocket. They don't have to run around here and there. So customers tend to purchase security products on cloud from the same cloud vendor. Who has the time and the bandwidth to take a test or conduct a test POC for Fortinet and then compare it against this one? What are the kind of features being provided and all those kind of things? Are we clear so far? So first thing is security products on cloud that are provided by a by a well-known cybersecurity company is always going to be performing better than the cloud vendors' security. So if you talk about cloud, AWS WAF, Imperva WAF, or any other WAF service or a Barracuda WAF would be far better than uh, this WAF kind of a WAF service. Here, so here is the catch. Customers, as I said, they tend to see if you go to a shopping mall, okay, you will what your intent would be. If you go to a mall, whether you have to buy, some food stuff, whether you want to purchase shoes or XYZ thing, you will try and purchase it from one place only. You will not like to go to 10 different places and get 10 different items. It would be a waste of your time for it. Customers, the cloud customers also do the same thing. They do not evaluate the security, uh, you know, uh, the security coverage provided by cybersecurity companies. They don't try their products. They will deploy Azure WAF and they're happy. This is the generic mindset. So earlier, and we'll keep it short. Okay, most of you will find this a lot easier than CISSP. I mean, this is actually easy and this is interesting also. Now, customers, as I said, I said that customers tend to purchase security products on cloud from the same cloud vendor. So, for instance, Azure came up with Azure Firewall, network firewall, will be is there to provide protection to your uh, is there to provide protection to your platform, which is your let's say application or database or anything. Okay? It's there. One thing which probably I should have also mentioned here, IDS, IPS, DLP, DDoS protection, SIM also, SIM tool and SIAM tool / your UEBA. Okay, that's another. So Azure Network Firewall. Now we should first compare. IAM is more of a logical concept. It's not a security tool by itself, right? It's more of a logical design concept. That's the reason why I didn't talk about it. It's more of a logical control, design control. It's not exactly a tool. It's more of a design architecture. Like how you have the term zero trust. It's more of a design architecture. Similarly, IAM. Now, for instance, Azure Network Firewall is there to provide protection to your application database. But how does Azure Firewall compare to, let's say, WatchGuard Firewall, which is, see, cost is a factor, definitely. But you have products like many products are available which are cheap also. You have Untangled Firewall, which is quite cheap. You can deploy Untangled Firewall on cloud. And then if we talk about open source firewall, you can talk about pfSense and OPN or OPNSense. OPNSense. Here is the answer. The answer is quite simple. We are talking about it because you can convert open source firewall into a next gen firewall by enabling third party modules. Third party modules like Sensei from Sunny Valley Networks. This product was earlier known as Sensei. Now it is known as something else. So we are talking about this thing. Okay, it's known as ZenArmor, Sensei or ZenArmor. Okay, so for instance, I go here, I come here, I go here, and I will talk about ZenArmor, Sunny Valley Networks. Okay, this is the product, friends. It upgrades your open source firewall into a next gen firewall. So these are the features which are available to you. It is available at your disposal. Okay, this is available at your disposal. So by doing this, your pfSense firewall with ZenArmor is a superior product compared to Azure Firewall, right? And this is cheap also. So why not invest into pfSense firewall with Zenarmor? Similarly, if you're talking about web application firewall, WAF, deploy mod security and purchase, you need security rules, just the security rules. You can purchase atomic security rules, and this now becomes similar to a quality WAF product. So this is how you start doing it. See, what SIEM tools do is, what is the role of SIEM tools? If you're not familiar with this, it's not a problem, okay? I'm talking a little bit on the product side. I'll be talking more about it in detail. This is just an initial introduction. So if you don't understand certain terms, don't get dejected by it, okay? It's okay. We will cover those in greater detail later on. SIM tools are basically they collect logs from various sources like servers, workstations, endpoints, network devices, application, network devices, etc., and store them in one central location. Okay, and your SIM tools have the ability to convert your log data to graphical dashboard. So you actually get a graphical dashboard. It looks at that information. It identifies some issues there, and it can generate. So it actually can convert. You take your logs, analyze the logs, correlate the logs, and then generate some reports based on that. So it gives you a 360-degree bird's view of what is happening on the security side of things, right? But SolarWinds, I'm not talking about SolarWinds networking tools. I'm talking about, ArcSight, guys. Now, what are we comparing it? So what we are doing is, right now we are comparing Splunk. We are comparing Splunk, ArcSight. We're comparing QRadar. We are comparing that with the cloud-based SIM tool, which is known as Azure Sentinel. So both of them perform well. But we are also looking at for open source SIM tool, and seeing how does that compare against it. Open source SIEM. So open source would be Wazoo, which is a pretty powerful SIM tool. But there is another alternative for all of you all, and something you may not. I'm not sure if you have heard about a SIM tool like that before. There is a product called as DNIF Hyperscale. DNIF Hyperscale SIM. It's an Indian product. It's a company based in Mumbai. DNIF is a company based in Mumbai. They have a product called as Hyperscale SIM. It comes in two forms. It comes in Community Edition and Enterprise Edition. Community Edition is the open source variant. And the difference between Community Edition and Enterprise Edition is that Community Edition, you do not get professional support. Otherwise, the product is exactly the same as the Enterprise Edition. It's the same product. Now, if I compare DNIF Hyperscale SIM versus Sentinel, DNIF Hyperscale SIM is a better product. Mark my words, try it out. It is far superior product than Azure Sentinel. It offers the level of analytics and all those things. So this is the product, by the way, DNIF Hyperscale. So this is the product, okay? Just get a little familiar with it. Excellent documentation. It's a cloud native based tool, pretty interesting tool. And, if you're working somewhere, to be frank, if you master this tool, you can even do consulting, because having good knowledge of this tool you can provide professional consulting services based on this. You don't need a tool like Splunk, which is costly. We can get the same done with the help of DNIF Hyperscale SIM. Okay, so and by the way, this tool is deployed in places like E&Y, Ernst and Young, Thiruvananthapuram. So this product is not a bad product by any means. It's a pretty Good product, been there from 2002, been there for a long time. Okay. So if you get a chance, take a look at it. Highly recommended tool. Get onto it, and it does a lot of handy stuff. So take your chances with this. The entire source of our discussion is not SIEM and all that. The entire source of discussion is we are comparing three things. We are comparing, our comparison is between three factors, is based on one criteria. Tools provided by security tools provided by cybersecurity vendors versus security tools provided by cloud vendors versus open source cybersecurity tools. See, this is what we are comparing. If you are really doing your due diligence on cloud, this is where you should start. You should make this comparison. Don't just go by the notion of deploying a cloud native, WAF or cloud native service. That is not the idea. That's a bad precedent. Okay? Try compare each and every service right from a DLP to XYZ thing, and then go for this part. So as a cloud security professional, you are supposed to do this. I have often seen that, there are people who would come with Microsoft expertise. They've undergone a lot of Microsoft security certifications. Well, it is fine. It's good enough. But does a person really understand the other, or is able to compare the other tools that are there in the market and identify where Microsoft is lacking? So I think this is the focal area. We should always focus towards this area. All right. So that was about this is the fundamental thing. Whenever you start, make a comparison between security tools provided by different vendors, and that's where you start. Now coming back to the question whether the cloud security, I talked about multi-factor authentication. See, even the cloud vendors are just providing you one-time authentication, and then rest of the services you can get out of the box. So it's not a very secure way of doing things. More needs to be done on this part of, on this part. The other part is how do you load your data on the cloud? Load your data to the cloud. So in cloud, you have databases, you have PaaS databases, platform and service-based databases. You have object storage like S3 buckets. You have object storage like S3 buckets or Azure Data Lake, where you can upload tons of data. So if I have to upload the data from my system to cloud, are we checking? Then the question is, are we checking for malware? Are we checking for malware before the upload happens, before the data is uploaded from one file to the cloud? Does this happen or does it not? What is your take on it? Whenever anyone does a data upload from their laptop to the cloud, does it go through for malware testing or not? Malware assessment or malware scanning before you upload? See, when you if you insert your USB drive on your port on your laptop, many companies have this USB scanning feature. But does the same concept happen when you upload the data onto the cloud? Well, the answer is no. Your data is not scanned for malware before it is uploaded to cloud. That's the thing. I'll give that with the example. I will give the explanation justification also. So Azure provides a service called as Data Factory, Azure Data Factory, to upload data to a cloud database or to Azure's storage or to Azure Data Lake. It provides that. Now, Data Lake Azure Data Factory does not contain any antivirus scanning feature. So if it does not contain, you can directly upload your data to the cloud. Similarly in AWS, similarly in other cloud platforms. The only chance you have is if you have got some security software running on your laptop, it may prevent, okay, only if it's able to detect it. Otherwise, the chances are very rare. It may not be able to protect that, right? So the correct answer is that it does not, because it is trusting you user as a user, so you are able to upload your data to cloud. So you can actually bring malware to the cloud also. If your system contains malware, you can bring it to the cloud also. So the lack of scanning feature is a problem. The other problem is that we are downloading a lot of content from third-party websites, and our systems may become infected by some kind of malware. Yes, Kumar, it is the same for all cloud providers. They are just providing you tools to upload your data. Those tools don't have the capability to scan for malware. They don't have that. So the other problem is that we are downloading a lot of content from third-party websites, and our system may become infected by some kind of malware. And and because our systems may become infected, might be infected by malware, and if we connect to the cloud, we can transport malware from our local system to the cloud also, to the cloud as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has an advanced certification in cybersecurity course in collaboration with E and ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts to help you master all the skills necessary for getting your dream job in cybersecurity field. Reach us out to know more about this course.
Now the question could be, we connect via VPNs. VPNs, if you connect via VPN only provides encryption at the network layer only. And VPNs can provide protection, right? It's not that just at network layer, it can provide at the network layer itself. And VPNs do not prevent malware from coming into the system, from infiltrating the network. VPNs are not designed for that part. So your VPN services do not have malware scanning as a part of it. So these are the fundamental issues that you have to address before you upload data to the cloud. That's right, Umbi. You have to do the protection from your end. It is the default trust factor does not exist today. You you absolutely have to trust nobody. That is how it works right now. If you connect via SSO, it means that you are trusting, you are doing that trust mapping. What if the SSO credential or the SSO protocol itself has some security flaws? And if it is compromised, then the rest of the services which to which you are facilitating access for the end user, they are also under compromise. So well, the scenario that we are talking about is existing for both the cloud platforms. Transportation of malware from your local system can always happen, whether it's a public cloud, private cloud, or hybrid cloud. It doesn't matter. What is also true is private cloud, because it is overall private, it has a better security posture than public cloud. But the data that you transfer either to the private or to the public cloud, there, all these things, all these notions will exist. So for our first line of defense has to start as to how do we provide safe passage to the cloud. You know, this is where you start. This is where our journey starts. So how do we provide safe passage to the cloud? This is the first thing that you have to address, right? How do you keep the cloud secure? How do you keep the cloud secure? If today someone is traveling over flight, coming over a long flight, or has traveled to, you know, a place where there is a lot of virus traveling, there's a lot of viral, corona which may be spreading in different parts. I don't know how the situation is right now in different parts of the world, but we have all seen that. So what do you do with that person? You ask him, if a person is traveling, has a long history of travel, you ask that person to first do sanitize themselves or first quarantine themselves for a couple of hours, maybe like 22, 24 to 48 hours. Then they can enter your home. It was the protocol earlier. Why was that established? So why was that established? That was established. It's similar to this part only. You do not want to bring any virus to your home. You do not also want to bring malware to the cloud. So first, design the architecture in such a way that you can ensure safe passage of data to the cloud. There is no virus there. I can talk a lot about airport and airline industry. There are so many areas of concern, and it can be an eye opener for most of y'all. Like there are so many areas that are still left compromised, but I think that's not the intent. Our class is more towards cloud security. So, when these attacks keep happening, what is the industry response to it? The industry response is two specific things. One is there are two specific things. The first part is we're talking about uh, establishing a zero trust architecture. That's the first thing you're talking about. Okay. First fundamental thing is you have to establish a zero trust architecture whereby you don't even trust your internal users. As simple as that. You don't trust them. The second part of the story is establish, do a thorough due diligence, okay, in conducting third party risk assessment. This is very, very important. Okay. There have been past too many attacks, where Verizon and Verizon's partners suffered a cyber attack, and thereby Verizon also had to pay they had to pay some fine. So the point is very simple. You're looking at within yourselves, within your own organization, you are trying to establish a zero trust architecture. For your partners, you are doing thorough due diligence in conducting third party risk. These are extremely important paradigms. And only if you are through this, still there would be some area of concern. And the third thing is you need to invest in have cyber insurance. Very, very important, because in today's times, despite all the best effort, your cyber security effort can be on best effort basis. You cannot completely eliminate everything. These are three fundamental principles. It doesn't matter if you're on cloud or if you're on premise. This is the most fundamental. Stick to it. Okay. How you go about treating your response, what is your approach, that matters a lot. And when we talk about application security, I will show you a lot of areas that are left that can be worked out. Some real practical examples. I mean, we're not going to do something, but we'll evaluate some reports, we'll share some reports, which will definitely give you a lot of knowledge in your own environment, and you can apply those things to improve your security posture. Second point example. So that's a good thing. So when we talk about conducting thorough due diligence, now a company has, that's a good question. How do you conduct thorough due diligence or comprehensive due diligence? So the first thing is, what are the things that are helping there? The first thing is adopt a risk assessment framework. Okay? Adopt a risk assessment framework. That's the most important thing. You have to abide by something. So choose a well-established risk assessment framework or risk assessment criteria. So what are the ready-made stuff that you can use? What gives me that kind of visibility? Let's talk about that. And let's see some of this part. ISO 27001, PCI DSS, and CSA, CSA Star, Cloud Security Alliance Star. Okay, so many of you. Out of the four, Which one is the most comprehensive in terms of controls? Which is the most comprehensive? Let's understand. Most comprehensive, ISO. So ISO actually has got, this is something you should know, okay? Because everything comes from here. ISO has got 114, roughly around 114 controls, 114 security controls. SOC 2 has got roughly around 450 plus controls. So that's a good point, Vishal. ISO, if you look at, it's got this much. PCI DSS has got 250 plus controls. Okay, 250 plus controls. CSS star roughly around. So CSS star has got roughly around 300 to 350 odd controls. Something in this range. So from that point of view, the clear winner is SOC 2. Okay, the clear winner in this category is SOC 2 out of the four. So SOC 2 is the most comprehensive out of the ones that are listed. We have not completed this entire statement yet. Okay, SOC 2 is the most comprehensive out of all the four standards listed. And to be honest, most of the cloud companies, the cloud vendors, will have all these certifications. They'll have all these certifications. SOC 2 is the most comprehensive out of all the listed ones, right? Because it has got 450 plus security controls. 450 controls is a lot more than, if you achieve SOC 2, you can actually achieve ISO. It's a matter of time. But there's another certification which is far more comprehensive in this. So high trust was a framework that was initially started for healthcare industry, but now is applicable for any kind of industry. So it's no longer with respect to healthcare. It is a very comprehensive framework, okay, extremely comprehensive framework. High trust framework has got 2000 plus security controls, which is mind-boggling. 2000 plus security controls. So if I'm going to start assessing, I would look at high trust framework, and maybe I would look at that to begin with. The point is very simple. The question asked is, how do you go about conducting third-party risk management? I want to cover as much as I can to provide better security. So I would start with high trust framework that provides me with the most comprehensive kind of controls. So that's one part of your answer. Okay, I would look at the template for high trust framework. Start evaluating from there. If you achieve high trust, you can achieve SOC 2. You can achieve any one of this. There is nothing left that you cannot be achieved. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, you don't have to be certified. You don't have to really go through. See, if you're going for third-party risk assessment, you don't have to be certified, or you don't have to go through all these standards. I'm just letting you know from an approach perspective. You don't need to be high trust certified, or you don't need to be SOC 2 certified. No, that's not the requirement. The idea is, how do you improve upon your own cybersecurity posture? How do you go about it? The second take is, it is industry specific risk assessment. Why? Let's talk about that part. Specific risk. See, what I'm talking about is very relevant and very practical oriented. Okay, this is what exactly happens. So second take is the industry specific risk assessment. Let's talk about how. Okay, before we begin industry specific risk assessment, there is a generic third party risk assessment. Not a framework, but third party risk assessment templates. Questionnaires that comes from a well-known organization by the name as, if you go here, Shared Assessments is one of the vendors. Okay, so Shared Assessment is one of the top quality vendors, and they have a product called as SIG, very, very comprehensive product for doing third-party vendor assessment. Okay, very, very comprehensive framework for doing third-party vendor assessment. All right, so we are talking about the SIG questionnaire. So SIG questionnaire is for third-party vendor risk assessment. The other one is industry specific. So for instance, if I take you to, let's talk about banking industry. So in banking industry, you have certain frameworks are applicable. So for instance, if I go here, if I talk about this organization, you have something called as FFIEC security assessment. This is for financial industry in within United States. But the idea here is that you can pick up a lot of things from here and start developing your own framework. So most of it is applicable anyways. So you can start picking up things from here, and you can see here how comprehensive it can get. So you can see that there are various categories. We're talking about different categories here. Okay, delivery channels and all these kind of things. This is what we're talking about. So what we are talking about is this one, which is a comprehensive framework. So as a being a CISO, what we do is, or generally whenever we are carrying out security assessments. So I'm 1 second. So this is just give me a second. FFIEC, security risk assessment for financial industry. So what we do is be working in the fintech sector. So this is how you can go about conducting, and there are a lot of questions like whether you have a third-party contract, in place and all, or not, all those kind of things. So this is how you go about conducting, your risk assessments. Okay. In cloud security, there are 5 or 6 different topics. We have cloud data security. We have introduction. So there are areas for this. One is the cloud concepts. The second one is cloud data security. Then it talks about infrastructure security. Then it talks about application security, cloud application security. Then it talks about platform security, and then finally talks about, there are 6 modules: laws and regulations, laws and all the regulations. That's what. Now, when it comes to cloud, what are the things that you're going to protect? That's the important thing. What are the things you're going to protect from a cloud perspective? When you connect to the cloud, from cloud, when you're doing, let's say you have a project to migrate this is the initial requirement for any organization. Every company has to make a cloud journey at some point in time. So we are talking about the step, data security, exactly. So what we are talking about is the initial task that every organization has to go through. You have to go towards the project to migrate cloud. That's the first requirement for any organization. So whenever you have to decide to go to cloud, the first thing is there is a shift from CapEx model to OPEX model, because in cloud you're paying for monthly services. So monthly rental services. That's the first thing. Okay, cloud resources, infra, data, physical, operational. So you have monthly payment, or you could also have a yearly subscription. You can also, if you go for a yearly commitment, it will charge you less. Now, before, the first thing is you want to migrate to cloud. That's the first thing you have to consider. We are talking about the very starting element. When you move towards cloud, what are the fundamental areas that you have to cover? So you will be shifting from a CapEx model to OPEX model. That's the first thing. The second part of it is, are your GRC policies, your governance and InfoSec policies catered towards cloud, or do you need separate policies for cloud? That's the second question you have to address. This is the second question that every organization has to address. So whether you have existing policies are good enough, or do you need separate policies? Then how do you choose the cloud platform? How do you choose the cloud platform? You have multiple options. How do you choose a cloud platform? Do you go to AWS cloud, Google cloud, or Azure cloud, or Oracle cloud? These are the well-known vendors. Alibaba cloud. I mean, let's talk about these ones. So which cloud vendor you want to go towards? Yeah, Red Hat OpenShift is also a part of it, but that would be pretty much somewhere like a private cloud. So the question is, you want to go towards public cloud or private cloud? That is also a fundamental question. What you want to go about it, okay? So whether you want to go towards public or private cloud, you have to make a choice. How do you choose a cloud platform? And are you going to be operating in a hybrid mode? These are some very important questions. Okay, it seems easy, but it's not that easy. Are you going to be operating in hybrid mode, which means that are you going to keep applications both in cloud as well as on premises? What is the fundamental take here? How are you going to deal with this? So are you going to be operating in hybrid mode? That's the next question. Fifth question is, what about regulatory, legal, and any client compliance requirements? And the sixth point is, what about the security posture of the cloud vendor? Okay, what about the security posture of the cloud vendor? These are the things that we need to talk about. And finally, what kind of security tools will we use on the cloud? That's very, very important. What kind of security tools will you use on the cloud? So these are roughly 7 to 8 questions that you have to address. Now, regulatory things could be, for instance, you could be operating a data center. You could open a cloud DC in US East Coast. You run a database in US East Coast, and you are loading data from India to US East Coast database. Or let's say you're loading data from Europe to US East Coast database. This would lead to violation of GDPR. Now here, you have to understand what is the cloud vendor's responsibility and what is your responsibility. And what about the security posture of the cloud vendor? Yeah, you can talk about doing the security posture means that how good is the security of the cloud vendor? They are keeping your data, they are hosting your applications. Are they having proper security measures to control that, or is it just haphazard? So you want to what kind of security controls do they have on their own data center, because they're hosting the data of not only you as a cloud customer, but multiple other cloud customers. So there would be a genuine concern about the cloud vendor's security posture. Guys, let's be honest. ISO certified doesn't make a difference. Okay, I'm being very clear here. ISO certification does not make an iota of difference. Absolutely makes no difference. Why? Let's talk about ISO certification. See, ISO certification, unfortunately, there is a problem with ISO. Okay. I'm not being biased, but I'm telling you the correct picture. There are problems with ISO. So if anybody is ISO certified, and if I as a security consultant look at them as ISO certified, it does not generate any interest to me. Absolutely nothing. I'll tell you for a reason. ISO certifications are actually being sold in the market for money. So you can get ISO certification for $50,000 or $35,000. There are many third-party companies who are giving ISO certification. If somebody gives you an ISO certification this way, what is the value, right? So that kind of a scenario does not exist much with SOC 2, because SOC 2 is a AICPA standard. So there could be some malpractices, but not as much as ISO. ISO certification, any startup can get it certified for $25,000 just one day. So what is the value of ISO certification in that case? It loses relevance. We are not saying that it's not good, but what we are saying is that the credibility of ISO loses value, because you have many organizations who are just selling them for peanuts. So go for SOC 2, go for high trust, go for PCI DSS, because they are more stringent than ISO. So I would look at that way. Yeah, controls at all excels at all levels, absolutely. So you would look at that way. So this is what we are talking about, and what we would be interested in is whether this organization is NIST certified, SOC 2 certified, high trust certified, PCI DSS certified, and many other certifications like What is the level of CSS star certification? What is the level of CSS star certification? See, from a risk assessment standpoint, I want to add one more thing. Here I missed out one thing. When you talk about risk assessment, okay, there is something also called as Cloud Security Alliance, CAIQ. CSA, this thing, you should hear about it now. So first of all, this is how it looks like. I'm just showing you right now. Does everybody see this part? These are various domains within cloud. Okay. So there are various domains. This is the CIQ questionnaire. It talks about authentication and this thing, and we can talk about this part. We are also talking about CCM. So you can take a quick look at this just to show you this part. You can see that there are these are the different domains of CIQ, right? And you can map. So what they've done is they have used various abbreviations for this. So just to show you, like ANA stands for audit and assurance. Similar, this category. So there are a lot of questions here. Similarly, AIS stands for application and interface security. And this is only towards cloud. You can use this as a risk assessment questionnaire. Then we talk about BCR, which talks about business continuity and operation resilience. Then we talk about many domains, CCC, which stands for change control and configuration management. So my suggestion to you is people who are not familiar with this, use CIQ questionnaire. You should use that should be used as a single point of reference for your cloud security assessments, without a doubt. Then what is CEK? CEK stands for cryptography, encryption, and key management. And there are a lot of questions, a lot of questions that get covered. So let's take a look at the vendors may respond. So we have the vendors may respond in the questionnaire, but who verifies audit if the responses match the security postures? Two kind of organization. There are two kinds of organization who matches it. So we have something called as CSA star auditors. Companies, there are auditors there. I think we have two people who have questions, right? Okay. CSA star auditors. We have CSA star auditors. Now, CSA star auditors are Cloud Security Alliance certified auditors. So if you talk about this one, they would be the people, CSA star auditors. So you can see here, these are the companies who can come and audit you. Axidia is one, Align is one, Assurance Lab, BSI, Bureau Veritas, Coalfire, Control Case, DNV, DQS, LBMC, all these vendors, they can come and audit you. Okay? So if the question is, who can come and audit you, they are the ones who can certify you. Okay? So these are external vendors, friends. So there are different levels also. There are certain auditors that you can see here, ISO plus CSS star certification auditors, and then you also have SOC 2 plus CSS star attestation auditors. You have lots of them. And then you also have certified auditors for C star assessment, all these. So Aditya says, what is a must for getting a job? Certificate, training, or practical knowledge? I would say a combination of all. Combination of all these things will lead towards knowledge. So I would say regular training anyways, even if you are professionals with 10, 15, 20 years of experience, this is what it is. If PwC is, it's not always the big four. Please make a note. Do not be under the false impression. It is a very false narrative that only big four are the auditors. Don't be under that impression. There are many auditors who do this job. Okay, you have lots of them. Don't be under that impression. For instance, this organization, Align, it's one of the biggest companies in the world. They are one of the best auditors in the world. And they are far better than any of the four. So the four certifying, consulting bodies like Deloitte, KPMG, EY, and anyone else, they have brand recognition, but that does not mean that there are no other good vendors. So do not always go with that notion. It is a misnomer. Okay? It is a misnomer. Don't always be under that impression. There are a lot of many other companies who do equally or even better than this. All right. So that was about it. So in fact, the same vendors work for API security. In fact, API security answer is actually easy. Here is the answer. API security can be validated by any external organization, which is which is CSS star or any other attestation body. Okay, so your API security can be done by them. Okay, now we have another question. I think I will stick to this part. What are the roles and responsibilities of these auditors? The role and responsibilities of auditors is to address every part of your security. Now, since you're talking about cloud, they are supposed to address all of these domains. They want to make sure that everything is up to date. There are no vulnerabilities in either of these areas. That's the answer. Okay. Let's talk about the next part, which is your. So we have talked about CSS star auditors. We have talked about this questionnaire. Then we are talking about, what is the security posture of the cloud? What kind of security tools will we use on the cloud? That's equally important. What are the kind of tools are you going to use? So, which means that will I need a next gen firewall, virtual firewall, right? Will I need that? The other one is, do I need a WAF, or web application firewall? Okay. Do I need any API security tool also? WAF cannot protect API security. So we need to talk about, we will touch base upon API security also. Do I need a CASB? Do I need a SIM or a
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has an advanced certification in cybersecurity course in collaboration with E and ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts to help you master all the skills necessary for getting your dream job in cybersecurity field. Reach us out to know more about this course.
let's say, what is that? A SIM tool? Do I need a SIM tool for cloud? Any digital forensic tools required on the cloud? Forensic tools required on the cloud. Okay. So SIM tool slash UEBA tools. UEBA stands for User Entity Behavior Analytics. Okay. Behavior analytics. Do I need any digital forensic tools on the cloud? Do I need a DLP solution, a data DLP, which is data loss prevention solution tool on the cloud? Okay. What about encryption? So as we talked about all these things, do I need a HSM for my encryption keys? HSM stands for hardware security module. Okay. What about, so this is what we have talked about, next gen firewall. What about any endpoint protection tools slash antivirus on the cloud environments? Next, what about, CrowdStrike? Yeah, that's right. Then next question would be, what about remote access connectivity to the cloud? So you can connect to the cloud from anywhere. So what about secure remote access connectivity? Very important. How do you do that? What about, these probably should cover most of the things. I don't think, what about any IDS or IPS tools on the cloud? Then encryption. So we are talking about what application, when you talk about encryption, so what encryption technology do we have for encrypting data at rest? What encryption? Again, encryption. So this will most likely be server side, file encryption technology. Okay. And what about encryption for data in transit, data in motion slash transit? How are we doing that? These are the kind of questions that you need to address. This is what we are talking about, guys. So when you think about, and right now it's a little too early, because I'm just giving you a viewpoint. These are the areas you need to cover. And another question is, how do you transfer data to the cloud? This is extremely important. Seems simple, but it's not that simple. So you could be see the file that you transfer from your system to the cloud, it may contain potential malware. It may contain, so there's a high likelihood that the files that you transfer from your system to the cloud could contain malware, and thereby you may end up bringing malware on the cloud itself. So we have to have some controls in place to deal with these kind of things, right? Pretty much it. So you have to have a standard way. So if you want to, let's say the question is, if you have to, let's say an example, if you have to push certain Excel files or CSV files to Azure Data Lake, right? Uh, it is possible that these files may be infected by malware. These files may be malware infested. And if not checked, the same malware could end up on the cloud data lake as a result of file transfer from on-prem to cloud. Now in Azure, we're taking an example of Azure. You have a tool. There's a tool called as Azure. How many of you know this tool, Azure Data Factory? It's a tool. It's a ETL tool. Okay, how SQL Server Management Studio. I'm sure some people may have heard about that one. So this tool is similar to that. The difference is this is a cloud specific tool, and it allows you to transfer the data from your files on disk or from other locations to the cloud, to Azure Data Lake on the cloud, or to Azure databases on the Azure cloud. Okay, but the problem with ADF is that it cannot check. It does not have malware detection capability. It doesn't have malware. The other thing that we are talking about is let's cross-check the security posture of the cloud, posture of Azure. Let's just talk about it. Azure. Now we have got multiple services. We have got at my end, I've got Microsoft Teams, MS Teams. I've got SharePoint. I've got Office 365. I'm using these three applications. Now the question is, and this is what I covered in the last class, is what if we configure MFA, multi-factor authentication, to log to these services. So what will happen is Office 365 and let's say finally Azure portal. So let's say I log into Azure portal. The next time I try and open Teams or SharePoint or Office 365, it will not ask me to log in. And what we feel is that that's a bad precedent, because your multi-factor authentication can be also be compromised. So the idea here is that every service that you're accessing should go through a multi-factor authentication. See, zero trust, when I'm talking about zero trust architecture, okay, what we are talking about is the zero trust architecture, okay, right now. And this is what I covered in the last class. And if we look at the operating model, the operating multi-factor authentication model of Azure, it simply does not follow the zero trust model at all. It doesn't follow the zero trust model strictly. It is not following that strictly. Because if I log into Azure portal, if I'm opening Teams, I should be asked to log in there as well. If I'm opening SharePoint, I should be asked to log in there as well. So every service that I'm trying to access of Azure, it should ask me to authenticate there at that very moment itself. That would lead towards some zero trust security, but this fundamental concept is not at all a part of zero trust security. Does that make sense to everyone? The default operating model is not following the zero trust security. So this was just basically to give you an overview of where these things are. API security, I'm just going to spend a minute on it because that part will get covered in a better way in domain 4 or 5. And there we will also take an example of SolarWinds attack. We will talk about what happened in the SolarWinds attack, how that what the analysis of it, how you can improve upon further upon your application security. So the first thing is that you need to know that when we talk about application security, we talk about OWASP application top 10. So we are always investigating security vulnerabilities. From we are talking about application security vulnerabilities from this standpoint, the OWASP top 10 standpoint. When it comes to APIs, okay, when it comes to API, OWASP, you has something called as OWASP API top 10, and this was released in 2019. So your API top 10 security is something that you can further. It is another dimension. It's different from application security vulnerabilities. You are here talking about the API security vulnerabilities themselves. So this is how you start figuring out API vulnerabilities in your setup, right? It follows to some extent, not in it does follow, but not in its entirety. That is why you see cyber attacks still keep happening, you know, uh, all way around, right? So API security. So this is the part I'm trying to talk about. What we are talking about is this. So for instance, you have OWASP application top 10. This is the top 10. This is the web application risks, 7 listing here. So 2021, this one, broken access control and all that. If I look at OWASP API top 10, you can see that there are different API related security threats like broken user authentication, broken object level authorization, lack of resources and rate limiting. So there are different vulnerabilities for APIs as well. So these are some of the areas that you need to look into. A good starting point, as I said, is start the comparison with the OWASP API top 10. It can be useful, to figure out if there are any further security issues or not. When it comes to API, what we are talking about. All right. So, which is going to be on, is obviously on laws, basically some legal aspects that you need to be familiar with. That's a part of your cloud security. We'll cover it at, we'll try and make it more relevant for you. So we will just try to stick to the topic and not get into every minute level aspects, because I do understand that topics of laws are generally they tend to be a little bit monotonous. So we will not do that. Try and open up maybe a trial account with Azure. I think that will not be a bad idea. If you try that out, it will not be a bad idea. So you can maybe spin out something like this. Now, going back to this part, if I talk about, so I'll talk about how we enabled. Okay, let's talk about tomorrow. I'll talk about how we enabled multi-factor authentication on Azure for our users, how we enabled other things. So we'll talk about all of that stuff. For now, let's jump to this domain, which is domain 6, which is on your legal risk and compliance. Fairly easy stuff. So let's talk about some of the concepts here. Okay. Now, first of all, when we talk about cloud, fundamental thing is remove the, we are all under the impression that cloud is all about, our impression of cloud is that CCSP experience, 1 year experience is required with cloud. Yeah, so 1 year cloud experience, 1 year Dibyoti, 1 year minimum is required. Okay, 1 year is required. Don't worry about, even if you see, I'll give you, if any cloud experience, any kind of cloud experience will do. Okay, but even if you have not undertaken, this part, what is, if you have not even if you don't have any experience with that, I can still tell you how to go about it. Okay, so you can still apply for another cloud certification. Okay, so don't worry about that part. I'll make sure I'll cover that part for you. Okay, we'll cover that part in the first half tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll cover that. Right. So people who have experience with cloud, even if you don't have experience with cloud, there are multiple cloud certificates. Unlike CISSP, there are three ways you can go about it. Okay, I will give you a complete clarification on three different certifications which you can take at your own pace. I will guide you through that, and I will give you good guidance on that. So don't worry about that aspect. That aspect will be completely. I'll make it completely easy for you. Okay, so don't worry on that part. Now, so first of all, I talked about that there are various domains within cloud, which is cloud data security, infrastructure, application security, platform, laws and regulations. So when you talk about these areas, what are the various cloud opportunities within these areas? What are the career opportunities within cloud? That is something you should know. So one is you could work as there are multiple opportunities here. So first thing is you could work as a cloud security consultant, a generic consultant. Okay, you could work with that. So maybe with this knowledge, you can enhance your skill sets in other areas, like in one of the other areas. So let's say application security, right? So if you enhance your career in application security, uh, you have a good understanding of, let's say, application security risks. You have a good understanding of, AppSec threats. Okay, you are willing to work with some of the application security tools on cloud. You can work with some application security tools on the cloud. Okay, just one example. The idea is that pick up one area and make it your stronger area. So you can work towards this part, application security, this thing. So you need to have develop good experience with OWASP toolset. Okay, OWASP toolsets, Burp Suite. Okay, develop some decent experience with Burp Suite, and you should, as I said, OWASP, API top 10 and application top 10. Along with, you should know what is CSPM, which is Cloud Security Posture Management. And I can even show you a report on. So if you get started with this, you develop some knowledge in this area, it's not too difficult to break into, work as a cloud security, application security consultant. And then further, you can diversify your career in the cloud dev SecOps area. Another important point after this is SBOM. How many of you have heard about SBOM? This is something I've never discussed before. Software bills of material. You can even, do some assessment from this point of view. So if you are having a CH background and if you understand cloud, it helps to build further on that. Now, I'm not saying that CH is the best certification. I'm not going to that. I'm not addressing that, but it definitely helps to the tools, all the backtrack. Sorry, this Kali Linux is earlier used to know 10 years or 12 years back, it was known as backtrack. So I use the term backtrack more. Anyways, I'll use Kali Linux. So this is how you can venture and get into this area. Okay, so that's one part of it. It's not too difficult. The other part is the GRC role, governance, risk management, and compliance. Governance, risk management, and compliance is the other area. Now, this is very generic. However, if you develop knowledge in the CCM, cloud control matrix, you will do well. Cloud control matrix, you will do well. This also means that getting into cloud audits. So if you understand this entire training, you can take this, an opportunity to build your career in the cloud auditing area. This is the area where I've seen a lot of people struggle, and it's a fantastic area. There are tons of opportunities in cloud auditing area. People generally in the top, the big four consulting firms, they don't have much knowledge in the cloud, related area. I'm just giving a very generic statement. I'm not saying that everybody doesn't. They have a ready-made template and they use that. Only when you use cloud, when you understand how cloud works, you can then do a cloud audit, right? See, What is a CASB used for? If you don't understand that, you need to know at least the functionality of it. How does firewall works in the cloud? Whether a web application firewall is good enough to provide protection. You need to understand those kind of things. Okay, so that entire CIP questionnaire, if you master it well, you are in the in for the long run. That's number two. Okay, number three is working with cloud security tools. Extremely important. Okay, so I can guide you to the areas where you can actually, and this is for all of you all. Okay, I have absolutely got no hesitation saying this. If you want to make a career in cloud security, okay, get some knowledge with cloud security tools like Checkpoint, CloudGuard. And to be very honest, I will give you links. You need to just study that free of cost. You can practice, try it, and make a career in this area. And I can tell you with absolute conviction, okay, for that training of these tools, you don't need to spend even a single rupee. With me, you will get this kind of information absolutely clear forward. So see, currently there is a problem in the industry. And I talked about this earlier in this point. When I talked about what kind of security tools do we use on the cloud, there is one potential problem. Most of the vendors like AWS, most of the vendors like Azure, they are providing their own set of tools, which is their own web application firewall or their own network firewall. How many people do a comparison of that with a Checkpoint firewall, Checkpoint virtual firewall, or a Palo Alto virtual firewall? So my point is very clear and straightforward. In the area of cloud, get to work with, if somebody can direct you to the right location where you can work with, where you can get some knowledge of these tools, you are well prepared. And to be very fair, Checkpoint, CloudGuard, if you do this training, if you go for it, within a month, I can claim that you can actually get hired in Checkpoint. There are absolutely lack of profession. Checkpoint is unable to sell its product. It's a fantastic product. They are not doing very well in the Indian market or even across the world. They are doing very well in the data center market, on-premise firewalls. Why? Because they need people who can, with cloud skills, who can sell their product. Because what happens is most of the times, customers, if I'm a startup, let's say I go to Azure, do you think I really would think about going to a Checkpoint firewall? What works for me? For me, it would be like, I may think like this in a very casual way. Okay, Azure is giving me this. I will take the web app. I'm deploying a web application on Azure. I will take its web application firewall. Simple. How does it work behind the scenes? I mean, if you start working with tools like firewalls, cloud web application firewalls, you will develop a lot of knowledge. So that's one area. So working with cloud security tools, you have right now your presence with Checkpoint and Fortinet, and all this information is coming to you at this point in time around the globe, free of cost. You're not paying a single penny from your pocket. So leverage that, take it up, and go forward from here. So you are really taking something. You're taking a vendor neutral approach in this course, and you're further building your career from there. So you can work with cloud security tools. There's a lot of demand for this. You could also serve as a cloud forensic professional consultant. You could serve into this area, and otherwise you could also serve in the data privacy area, data protection officer for any of the cloud firms, data protection officer for the cloud companies, for any organization going on cloud, right? And as I said, the generic profile is the cloud security consultant, where you could be a master of any of the areas, data security, application security, or if you can even be a master of, you could work as a data security consultant on cloud as well. Because in today's times, everybody is going this area, right? So 6-7 areas I've already listed out, and you can make your career opportunities in this area, right? This is pretty much on the, when I talked about these cloud security tools, basically I was referring to making a career in these areas also, pre-sales area, whereby you can directly work for Checkpoint and can start selling their products to the cloud. Now this requires in-depth knowledge of the Cloud Guard product line or the Palo Alto product line. So you can actually work with this. See, there are a lot of tools that require advanced level knowledge. So you do have it. Do have the option of getting these tools. So this is an area, and the seventh area is you could work as a SOC engineer. I mean, this is very generic. You can get knowledge of a SIM product like Azure Sentinel. You can get a knowledge of there are a lot of other products. I'm talking about another product which is it's very well known, not across the world in the global market, but at least in the Asia market. But it can be used very widely. That product is known as I just forgot the name. It is known as TNIF Hyperscale. Fantastic. It's a SIM and a SOAR tool. So if you master that, you're good enough. So there are career opportunities. You could work as a cloud SOC engineer. There are quite a lot of opportunities. And then it just from there you can continue to be getting into the like a head of cybersecurity, a head of cloud. You can work as a cloud security architect as you gain experience. You can work as you could work as head of cloud security. A lot of career opportunities in that area. Roughly 9-10 areas I've already covered. Right? So these are different areas of opportunities, and it's quite vast. For application security, API security, we can actually use the CIQ questionnaire, and there's something more that I will share with you later on. CIQ questionnaire is good enough for that. So that should work for that. Okay. So for GRC roles, some certifications you need to show. We'll talk about that, guys. We'll talk about those things. For GRC, there are some certifications which you need to achieve. So we'll cover that. Don't worry. I've made a note of that part. I've made a note of this part. Probably I'll talk about it tomorrow because I don't want to deviate too much from the session. So I'll spend some time. We'll cover this part. Okay. So some career questions we can cover it probably in the later half of this. Okay? You can actually, if you want to get into auditing landscape, you can make a career in auditing as well as in GRC. But in terms of tools, you need to get some exposure. So that's something you need to work. Now, the first thing what we are trying to cover is when you talk about cloud security, it is covered from three areas. We are talking about three specific things. Okay. So the point I'm trying to make is very simple. You are using cloud for a variety of services. Cloud is used for a variety of services. It is used for hosting data and applications. Okay, it is used for this purpose. / public cloud, you would be using it. You could build a private cloud with that. Okay, your file storage, you're using a lot of cloud file storage, whether it is Dropbox or any other service. Okay, related service, we're using this. So that's something we need to keep in mind. And we are also using things like my organization is actually using something called as this. We are using something, a company called as, so instead of getting Mac operating systems, we are using something called as Mac in Cloud. So you can rent a Mac in Cloud. Okay, pretty easy. It's pretty cheap, convenient, and straightforward. You can look at the plans. I don't think it's costly at all. So we are using this as a managed server. It's costing us $25 per month. Roughly, it may come around $35, $40 not beyond that, which is a pretty decent price. You're getting this kind of a thing. So you can you can RDP to it and you can perform something. So the idea is that the notion that cloud is only used for public services, you can actually even use things like these. You can use things like very different things like renting. Instead of getting an Apple MacBook for your developers, you can actually give them a standard Windows laptop and ask them to connect to your Mac cloud. Okay, so cloud is used for a variety of services. It is used for file storage. It can also be used to transfer files. For example, if you're working with a customer, you want to file storage. It is very widely used for, because let's say you're working with a bank and your requirement is to secure transfer the file securely. So you could use a cloud-based, agent to do that work for you. So these are the kind of services that you can use. Many companies are also using. How many of you have heard about Cloudflare? Cloudflare is a company. Okay. Now your website may not be on cloud. Okay. Your website could be protected by a cloud firewall. You could be a completely be an on-premise company. However, the request, and you be using a security tool on the cloud. Okay, there are a lot of security tools on the cloud itself. So you could be using a security tool on the cloud. One of them is a well-known tool by the name. So I'm forgetting that tool. How many of you have heard about this tool? Let me just talk about it. Just give me a second. Give me a second. Just give me a second to think about that particular tool. I'm just forgetting the name at this point in time. The tool is OPSEC. So OPSEC is a file scanning tool. Many companies, what they're doing is, this is a product. You could use as it could be used as a cloud-based product. They have a tool called as Meta Defender, OPSEC. What you can do is, let's say if you receive any file on your network, and if you're very suspicious about it, you can use the cloud-based scanning tool, which is OPSEC, which can scan any incoming file on your network. Okay, so you receive the file, before sending it to let's say somebody has emailed a user in your organization from outside network. They have emailed a file. When that file comes to your mail server, you could first transfer the file to the OPSEC cloud, which can start scanning.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has an advanced certification in cybersecurity course in collaboration with E and ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts to help you master all the skills necessary for getting your dream job in cybersecurity field. Reach us out to know more about this course.
The file, and if it finds some issues there, it can sanitize the file. So with a tool like OPSEC, you can upload the file to the cloud. The OPSEC cloud can scan the file. If it finds no issues, it can send the file back to your email server, and it can then, from there, you can transport the file to the end user. If there is a malware found, it can OPSEC cloud can even create a clean version of the file. So my point here is that you can, even if you do not have any security tools on premise, you can use the cloud-based tools to transfer the content, get the inspection done there, and then get it back to your network. So it can be used for this purpose also. So you can use security tools, pretty much like Total Virus, but different because it has a multi-scanning engine, 8 multi-scanning engines, plus the fact that it does not only quarantine the file, it blocks the original file and can create a new version of the file, which it can remove the malware. This tool, OPSEC or Meta Defender. Furthermore, so it has a DLP technology also inbuilt. Furthermore, it can do many other things. It can do content filtering and much more. What is the security with our files? All the mail attachments are sharing with all. Now it depends. It depends on. The answer is very simple. You may have a single tool. Okay, this answer is very simple. You may have a single tool for which, let's say, on your endpoint systems, how many tools are you? How many endpoint security tools or antiviruses are you going to deploy? 1, 2. Let's say on a corporate laptop, how many antiviruses? If you deploy one antivirus, it has one scanning engine. So it is quite possible that your antivirus may miss out on some security issues, which another antivirus can catch up. So that is where this tool can help you. Furthermore, OPSEC Meta Defender is also a DLP tool. Now, it's a combination of multiple tools. It's a multi-scanning engine. Most of the antiviruses can only sanitize your file. They cannot create a clean version of the file. So, and the fact is, there is very minimal impact on your systems. All you need to do is, see, if I spend a lot of time scanning every file coming to my network, I'm wasting my CPU resources. So I would rather, put that ownership, the onus on the OPSEC tool on the cloud, which can do its job. Okay, I put that file in the OPSEC network and it can do its job, and it makes my task easy. So I don't have to spend a lot of bandwidth. So there are a lot of things that are coming out of it. We are getting multiple features with the OPSEC Meta Defender tool. It can work as a DLP. It can work as a DLP engine. And again, this is pretty much like a OPEX model. I don't have to invest everything in my on-premise environment. I can leverage a cloud technology for getting through this. This is similar to not having a DDoS tool, but using a cloud-based DDoS tool like Akamai or Cloudflare, which can provide protection to your websites, which can provide protection to infrastructure, right? So instead of investing a lot into these kind of tools, the only problem could be latency, because some latency will be there. But again, there are pits and, there are pros and cons of every technology. Here, you're not making any, you don't need to make any investment yourselves. You can just, work with the cloud. Some of the security vendors who are providing this cloud security service on the cloud. Okay? True. So with the cloud vendors, you can get more powerful, security there. Okay. So this is why you are using cloud for a variety of services. Now, coming back to this area, in this case study, what happened is that in 2009, LAPD, Los Angeles Police Department, they gave some contract to Google Apps. And the problem was that there was some concern that Google Apps could not meet the LAPD's, could not meet the FBI's strict security requirements and privacy requirements. So all the cities that were there on the other cities that were there on Google Apps or on the Google Cloud, Google Apps platform, the LAPD portion pulled out of it. So they had to pull out of it. Other departments like the postal services, they continue to leverage Google Apps. Now, legislative concepts, pretty straightforward topic, should not take more than half an hour. So there are multiple laws. There are international laws, there are federal laws, there are state laws, there are common laws. So the point is that when you're dealing with cloud, you're dealing with different jurisdictions, because you could be a company which is having multiple offices and users can log into any cloud. There is no restriction that if you're operating a US East Coast data center, that does not mean that a person sitting in Australia cannot access that. If he is a part of your organization and if it is needed, he can access that. Okay, it purely depends on how your organization is facilitating access to those cloud locations. Also be aware when we talk about this, in many locations, your preferred vendor, when you choose a vendor, like for example, as of this month, just back in September, AWS for the first time they came up with a cloud data center in Dubai. How? This is a little surprising because Dubai is a happening place, and it's a well-recognized place. And if you don't have a data center in that kind of a place, where are your customers from UAE region are going to? So the entire data was so far going to the nearest data center, AWS data center in Bahrain. Now, this can be a little bit difficult to handle because UAE also has a data protection law. It has a data protection law, and which decides which data can be taken outside the country and which cannot be. So these things, one has to take cognizance of the fact that there will be some laws that will come into play here. Okay? What I'm been doing is I'm giving you various examples of it. So let's get to this part. Now, what are the federal laws? Federal laws will actually cover the entire country. They could be very generic. So they are very generic laws. The idea is that every country could have IT related laws, and they could be, they could have privacy laws. Like California, the state of California has a privacy law, but there is no countrywide law in United States for data privacy. As compared to that, just the neighboring country Canada, it has a data privacy law for the country which is known as PIPEDA. It's known as PIPEDA. Okay, so Canada has a data protection law as an entire country, you know, called as this one, whereas United States doesn't have it. So federal law, take the example of this PIPEDA, which serves as a federal law for data privacy there. And then there are state laws. I give an example where CCPA, California, introduced the California Consumer Privacy Act. It is a state law. So one has to be clear between what are federal laws and the state laws. So then there are common laws. Now every country has three different kinds of laws. There's a criminal law, there is a civil law, and there is a regulatory law. I think we are all familiar with these kind of laws, and we're not going to spend much time on it because criminal law is obviously addresses anything behavior that is harmful to society. It includes punishment such as monetary fines and all that. Tort law is nothing but this word tort law is nothing but the civil law. Okay, so civil law could be where there is, let's say you have a cloud, you develop a cloud contract with someone, okay, and you use their service and you do not pay to them. So this could be so this is a law which covers civil kind of rights. Okay, it can compensate for, it can compensate the affected party. So this is not a criminal law, but this is more on the civil law, more on the other side. And then finally you have administrative laws. So there is any law that is a violation of government. Now in India, there has been a policy which has come out. Certain is a body in India which is part of, it's known as computer emergency response, and this kind of body is there with every country. Now let's not, emergency response team is there with every country, and IN for India. And what it has laid out is three criteria. Three for every private company. It has laid out some rules. One is you have to preserve your logs for 180 days, up to 180 days. Okay, and you have to report a cyber incident within 6 hours. So now this is a regulatory kind of a thing. If nobody follows this, if you don't preserve logs up to 180 days or something, one can be jailed up to 1 year, or 1 year, or pay a fine of, let's say, 1 lakh rupees, or INR, or let's say roughly around 2000 USD, or something in that range, 2000, or I believe 1500 USD, something like that. Pay this much fine. So these are some of the things, and this is something that you have to be aware of. And we get this notification from customers. So I can show you this part very quickly. So let me show you this part quickly, very quickly. Just hold on. So I'll show you how we get these notifications, and this is pretty much like a mandate. So let me open my email and let me get through this part. So I'm going to show you this part. Just take a look here. Just take a look here, guys. I can show you something like certain. Okay. You can see here, I've got an email from this person, and they've said that you exactly. So the point I'm trying to highlight here is that you can see here, mandatory store logs for your all ICT systems, including cloud. And they have not specified what kind of logs, application logs, OS logs. You need to it's a mandatory thing. And report any cyber incident to certain within 6 hours. And if you don't report that, it can lead, the company's owners can be fined up to it can lead to an imprisonment of 1 year, or a fine of 1 lakh, which is roughly around $1,500. So these things, become pretty much like a mandate. Okay, these things serve as a kind of a mandate. So this is a classic example of your. This is an example of your administrative law. Okay, so this now everybody has to take into cognizance of this part. So your cloud companies and all your cloud customers, they need to maintain logs virtually up to six months. Privacy law is, many countries have privacy laws, some countries don't. Now, privacy laws specifies the right of an individual as to what kind of information one is willing to release, and what are, if the organizations are taking data of an individual, what are the principles they should abide by. So that is the privacy law. Privacy law is there, like PIPEDA is in Canada, European Union covers GDPR, Australia has a data privacy law, Japan has it, and so are other many countries. And it talks about the privacy of electronic information of the patients. So HIPAA is very specific to the healthcare, it talks about the healthcare part. Now, the restatement of conflict of laws is a basis for deciding. Sometimes there can be a conflict of laws in different states and in different countries and even in international boundaries. Now, this part can be understood well with this example. Now, in US, there is a law which is known as Cloud Act. Okay, there is a law, and I've talked about it before, with known as Cloud Act. Okay, and in Europe you have GDPR. Now, any country doing business in these two countries, there can be a conflict of this. There can be a complete conflict of this thing. And earlier there was an arrangement between US and European Union called as safe harbor. It's no longer in practice. So now you're no longer sharing North American data with European vendors, and you're not sharing European data with American vendors or with. So if I to show you this part, we talk about the Cloud Act. Let's talk about this one, Cloud Act. So you can see here, the Cloud Act, it compels US-based companies via warrant to provide requested data stored on servers, regardless of where it is, whether it's in US or in foreign country. So if you're talking about a US company doing business in Europe, still the US government can, summon this company and ask them to, provide this kind of information. So they already have an act, and many other countries around the globe also have similar acts. So the point I'm trying to make is that there are not only privacy laws, but anti-privacy laws are also on the rise. Okay, so you have this is somewhere serving as an anti-privacy law. So you will end up dealing with this kind of situation sometimes. Now let's talk about intellectual property rights. The main goal is to protect data being copied or any property being copied without due compensation to the inventor or creator. Intellectual property laws are designed to protect tangible and intangible items and property. So there are 5 kind of intellectual property areas. One is the patent, trademark, copyright, fair use, and trade secrets. Patent provides, first of all, patent provides monotony to the patent holder on the right to use, make, or sell an invention for a period of time in exchange to making this invention public. So by the way, the default nomenclature is the patent is valid till 20 years from the initial date of filing, after which anybody can use it. How many of you have heard about an algorithm called as RSA? Algorithm. Must have heard about it. It's a famous algorithm, right? RSA was released, or it came in 1977, and it was open sourced or made available to the public in 1997, exactly 20 years. So 20 years timeline for patent. So till 20 years, it was not in the public domain. That's right, Gopi. It is, and Prasun, you're right, it is based on large prime number factoring difficulties. Now we are talking about in context of a patent. Okay. Now, so for something to be treated as a patent, it must be novel, unique, and that technology will not be It is valid for 20 years, after which anybody can use it. And the patent is the strongest form of intellectual property protection. That's the first. Then you have a trademark. Now, trademark is basically it's a kind of a symbol or a logo. Now, trademark are associated with marketing. The purpose is to create brand identity that distinguishes the source of products or services. Now, if you're looking at a Apple product, you know that there is a particular label that the Apple company uses or Samsung uses. So that is another way. So trademarks cannot be copied. I cannot copy a trademark of Apple and sell a product in similar name. You cannot do that. Copyright protects you think about trademark being, if you're purchasing a Nike sports shoe or an Adidas shoe, there is that Nike label or the Adidas label. That is a trademark. Copyright protects the right of a creator of original work to control the public distribution, reproduction. Now, let's say I have written a book or I've created a software. Now, my software, there is a chance that today a lot of things are happening in the market. A lot of movies are getting released, and you are seeing that pirated versions of the movies are available freely on internet. Similarly, softwares like Microsoft Office, there are pirated versions of those globally on internet, on torrent and all those locations. So if you are releasing software, it is important to get protection against it. That is why you go for copyright. No, my friend, copyright is not the same as the patent. There is a difference. Patent is an invention. Software is not an invention. Software, you could take up, for instance, today I take up Linux source code. I make some changes to it, and tomorrow I am releasing a version of Linux, with some customization. Would you call that as a copyright, or would you call that as a patent? Also depends. Thomas's point is also right. It also depends on what you're protecting. But in general, the formula, for example, if there is a new vaccine coming out, that would be a patent. It will not be a copyright. So one has to clearly, anything which is already available in the public domain, and if you're customizing it, that would serve as a more in the form of a copyright than a patent. Patent is an invention, and patent is the copyright is basically the work. It protects the right of a creator of original work. Now, what are the areas it's covering? Also, I think Thomas's point is absolutely spot on. You need to see where copyright is, what areas it is covering. Okay, so it is covering what categories of work: pictorial, graphical, graphics, music, dramatic, literary, motion pictures, sound recording, architectural, sculpture. It allows the creator to hold the copyright when the work is created. Okay, how many of you have heard about a book called as? How many of you have heard about a book? This book, you may have come across this book quite often during CISSP preparation. So, how many of you got a chance and CISSP Sean Harris? Now, I'll tell you something. Sean Harris is dead from 2014. Okay, she's no longer alive, and still the new versions of the book. You can see here, she is no longer the single author. There are other authors. Fernando is the new author. So the point is simple. Even she has expired, the copyright will be valid, will be protecting the work of Sean Harris for up to next 70 years. So any CISSP book that comes in the similar format from the same publication will be valid up to 70 years. They still will have to use Sean Harris. So it covers authors, it covers all these categories. I hope that example is a relevant one. That being said, let's move on. Now, what is fair use? So the difference between copyright and a patent is that patent allows the original work of the author to be there till 20 years, whereas copyright gives you time up to 70 years. Fair use is, there are 4 categories. One is academic fair use. Here, limited copies or presentations of copyrighted works. So many times, there are books released in the market. and they are distributed to few people in the academic field. Critics. Now, some work, if you are producing some work, let's say if you are releasing a motion, there's a movie that is getting released. There will be a movie critic who will be, watching that movie even before the movie is released to the general public and giving reviews for merit and critical reviews. News reporting. So you are talking about releasing content to some categories of people, which is acceptable, before it's released to a wider audience. So some kind of scholarly research, so which is similar to academic use, but it is applicable to researchers. So, and then you have trade secrets. What exactly is a trade secret? Trade secret could be a formula. So it could be a formula, and then you have variations of this thing. Okay, trade secret is nothing but a formula that's there. A company has chosen a formula, let's say, for, and they're getting success out of it. That is basically a trade secret. Now, many companies, Coke, yes, that's an example. Many companies will ask you, if you're going to join a competitor tomorrow, they will ask you that you're not going to reveal, it's a part of your contract, any information to an outside party, even if once you have left the organization. So these are 5 categories. A trade secret is something that is proprietary to a company, and it's important for its survival and profitability. Like the formula used for a soft drink, the organization must exercise due care and due diligence in the protection of the trade secrets. The most common methods are non-compete and non-disclosure agreements. That's the most common way of doing things. NDA, yes. So NDA is the most common way of doing things. Now, in 2009, that was a time when BlackBerry was very common. Apple iPhone was out. And in India, 2G phones were very common at that time. Now, there was a person by the name Mr. Ramkumar. See, the concept of dual phones, dual SIM phones and triple SIM phones, they became popular around 2008 onwards. And Mr. Ramkumar filed a case against Samsung and another company, SpiceJet, because they were producing those 2G phones, and they're producing multiple, SIM phones. Like you had a triple SIM phone, you had a dual SIM phone, and he claimed that he holds a patent for that. So he holds a patent, and they could not use it without his permission, and they violated that part. So he wanted compensation. Over a period of time, it was figured out that Mr. Ramkumar's claim was false, and eventually, Samsung and Spice Mobile, they fought a case against it in the court of law, and Mr. Ramkumar's patent was revoked because the patent did not have novelty into it, right? Patent did not have novelty into it. So that was one part. And this is the timeline. And in India, we had a Patent Act, which requires, the law says that a patentee has to furnish proof to ensure that patented invention has been commercially worked in India. If the patent is not worked, compulsory licensing may be invoked. The Act requires mandatory filing of a statement. So this is one of the reasons why his patent was revoked. Okay, now there's a business question here. You can get a question in the exam which talks about what is a patent troll. People who abuse patent rights for the sake of licensing revenues and to engage manufacturing in infringement suits. So infringement suit is a civil suit or a civil case filed against, like Mr. Ramkumar filed a case against Samsung and Spice Mobiles to claim compensation. So that was one of the ways. Now, the other thing is acts and agreements. Now, very important in the cloud world that if you are a customer with AWS, if you are a customer of AWS and Azure, right? If you're a customer of AWS and Azure, do you can you get can you make them sign an enterprise contract with you, enterprise contract with your company, and which also includes the right to audit clause, the right to conduct audit, including a physical audit of AWS or Azure data center. Can we do that? Can we force them to do that? Even if there is a shared responsibility model, they are storing no data, right? So if they're storing your data, Thomas's and Lumbi's point is right. They may not be willing to do so, but you can compel them to do so. It may take a bit of time. The right to audit when they want it, that is up to them. But you can compel a vendor even as big as AWS to include the right to audit clause. They may not be willing to do so. That is another story. But you can enforce that right. Okay. It's just that they will not come to you and stating that they want an audit to be happening. You want to, you want to make sure that you actually want to make sure that this thing happens there. See, cloud is a very fluffy model. Please understand. Cloud model is a very fluffy model. So it's a fluffy model. So you want to make sure that the right to audit clause is there. The answer to that debacle is very simple. Where is your service stored? Whichever is your, see, they have got tons of data centers, but your service, you're running a subscription in some data center, like US East Coast or something. So you will do it, you will ask them to do it there. It's their call when they wanted to get done. It's a very simple answer. Wherever you are running your services, you can ask them to get it done from there.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has an advanced certification in cybersecurity course in collaboration with E and ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts to help you master all the skills necessary for getting your dream job in cybersecurity field. Reach us out to know more about this course.
And when does that happen? It's all free. So contracts are very important. Contract is an agreement between two parties in some specified activity, usually for mutual benefit. A breach is a dispute when you fail to perform according to activities specified in contract. So between customer and service provider, like AWS, there would be, or between Amazon. So between customer and Amazon, there would be a SLA, and between Amazon and AWS, there would be a OLA, operational level agreement. So there are different teams who are working within Amazon. Amazon is providing you with various kind of services like PaaS services, like Redshift, the PaaS databases. So if their service is not running, there's some issues there, some performance issues they're encountering or anything of that sort. So there is the OLA, operational level agreement, internally between the Amazon teams. So please be clear in understanding. SLA is always between a customer and service provider, whereas a OLA, operational level agreement, is a agreement between the service provider and its internal teams. The next part is NERC. Now, why are we talking about NERC cybersecurity standard? Is for one simple reason. You don't need to get into this part. See, every country, okay, today, every country, we are talking about one particular term, critical infrastructure. So where your industries like oil and gas, transportation, airline, railways, power sector, healthcare. These services need to run 24/7. Okay. Yeah, healthcare. Medical is covered in healthcare. And even for that matter, you can talk nuclear as well. This is the critical infrastructure sector. It needs to run 24/7. Now, at some point, all of these sectors will also use cloud service. Cloud service. The point is there a benchmark, a security benchmark for critical infrastructure sector? It's an often ignored question, and one thing that we should take note of: critical infrastructure sector. Now, in many countries, there are not very specific laws. In the United States, they are following the NERC standard. Okay, it's basically a standard uh, for your railways, for the railway sector. So it's basically a set of standards, one of the set of standards that provides minimum security requirements, minimum IT security requirements for the bulk electric system. Okay, because see, you are using cloud everywhere. You have airlines like Emirates, which is using cloud. Most of the banks, they are using cloud. So the cloud adoption is becoming very important. And let's not keep the banking industry out of it. Banking is a very important industry. Right? So you cannot ignore that part also. Banking industry is a very important industry. So apart from standards like ISO, you need some dedicated set of standards for a different way to, or different standard for analyzing the security posture for industries operating in critical infrastructure sector. And NERC is one of those standards. So this is basically for your awareness. So you can see that in US, NERC and its regional entities routinely monitor compliance. A number of methods includes regular and scheduled compliance audit, random spot checks, and any additional specific investigations as warranted are used to identify where the standard may have been violated. Penalties for non-compliance with NERC CIP can result up to $1 million fine per. This is very important because many federal companies, many government companies, they also go towards cloud. And if the cloud vendor is not meeting those obligations, you can compel them to pay some fine. Real-time industries, like the airline industry, they need, if you're taking them on cloud, you really cannot afford to have any downtime. Otherwise, that can serve as a potential disaster. Let's talk about forensics and some of these tools. Now, these laws are legal rules created by government entities. Regulations are rules created by departments of governments or external entities empowered by the government. And standards are frameworks and guidelines. Like PCI DSS is a payment card industry. Data security standard is a standard. eDiscovery refers to process of identifying and obtaining electronic evidence for either litigation or prosecuting someone. Forensic requirements and PII data. Now, so let's talk about this part. Simple example, very simple. When we talk about in US, HIPAA is considered to be a regulation, not a law. To be a regulation and not a law. Is that understood? It is considered to be regulation. So HIPAA is applicable only on healthcare companies. Applicable on healthcare companies only. Okay. Similarly, your GLBA, Graham-Lee-Bliley Act, is applicable on financial companies only, financial institutions. That's a regulation. Okay. It can be considered as domain-based because it is applicable to a specific department or this thing. Whereas, if I talk about, some act like US, Digital Millennium Copyright Act, Millennium Copyright Act, it's a countrywide act. It becomes a law. Okay, so that's the difference. Okay, law is law is generic, whereas regulation could be specific to a particular area, to a particular department. And now, forensic requirements. So in this slide, what we're talking about is this is not a part of exams. What we are talking about is that ISO 27000, certain standards of that, certain variants of that, they talk about digital forensics. So ISO 27037 talks about how to collect electronic evidence, how to identify and preserve it. 27041 talks about conducting investigation. 27042 talks about how to analyze digital evidence. 27043 talks about incident investigation principles and processes. And 27050 talks about overview and principles for eDiscovery. So you don't need to remember that. All you need to know is that in ISO 27050 is the de facto worldwide standard for eDiscovery. Now we are talking about difference between contractual PI and regulated PI. See, if you're onboarding any client data, let's say you are an IT services company and you're working for Citibank, if you're working for Accenture and you're onboarding Citibank data. So as a part of a contractual obligation, you have to preserve the PII data of Citibank in a secure way. Contractual PII is always compliance without government involvement or any federal body involvement. It could be client specific. Okay. Regulated PII is where the PII is governed by statutory or administrative regulation. HIPAA is a good example of it, where it's based on this thing. Even PIPEDA in Canada, which is a data privacy law, it's a regulated PII. So that's a difference. Within regulated PII, location of PII storage, processing, or transmission determines the applicable rules and regulations based on jurisdiction. Violation, in many countries, there are data protection laws. Violation of that, in Japan, there is a very stringent data protection law. In UAE, I would say it's just normal. Violation can lead to fines or criminal charges in some jurisdictions. PII is, personally identifiable information. Okay. Fiable information. So for example, getting the cell phone number of an individual, getting credit card number, knowing the blood group of a person, of an individual. This is social security number, Aadhaar card, Aadhaar data, and all those things. Gap analysis, SOX reports, and chain of custody. See, gap analysis is, tomorrow if you run through some standard, if you're running ISO, now definitely there will be some areas where you will be complying with currently and some areas where you are lacking. So gap analysis to find out gaps against a particular standard or a framework. So tomorrow if you're conducting PCI DSS compliance and you're meeting only 20 out of 250, you're meeting 20 controls out of 250. So the gap analysis helps you to find out which areas you're compliant with the standard and which areas are not. Okay, now interestingly, we talk about SOC. It's a very limited part that is getting covered here. There's not much to it. Extremely limited part is here, which is involved. Now, I will write this down and you will understand everything. First of all, SOC, known as Service Organization Standards, Controls. They are, it's a standard, it's an attestation standard coming from AICPA, which is American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. Okay, that's number one. Now you have SOC 1, you have SOC 1, you have SOC 2, and you have SOC 3. Now SOC 3 is always used for marketing purposes, and SOC 3 is built upon SOC 2 report. SOC 1 talks about reporting on financial statements, reporting on financial accounting / statements. So it is probably to oversee the company's financial performance. SOC 2 is all about 5 areas of, it talks about 5 trusted criteria that includes evaluating confidentiality, integrity, availability of data, privacy, and generic security. It covers these five, digital areas. Okay, it covers these five areas. So naturally, anything related to IT, anything related to digital is getting covered in SOC 2. Now, the final piece of it is, so if you achieve SOC 2, yeah, I'm coming to that. So it is SOC 1 is financial accounting, SOC 2 is 5 trusted criteria, and SOC 3 is built upon SOC 2 report. It's used for marketing purposes. Now, within SOC 1 and SOC 2, there are type 1 and type 2. Type 1 and type 2. They are very simple. Type 1 is used for, you have a type 1 and you have a type 2. Now, what are these categories? SOC 2 talks about designing of controls, and SOC 2, type 2 talks about evaluation of the evaluation and effectiveness of the implementation of controls. So if I talk about SOC 1 type 1, it is the design of laying out the design of financial controls. SOC 1 type 2, evaluating the effectiveness of the implemented financial controls. If I talk about SOC 2 type 1, it is designing security controls. Type 2, evaluating the effectiveness of the implemented security controls. That's all about it. Okay. Type 1 is all about designing controls. So whenever you apply type 1 and type 2 to SOC 1 and SOC 2, you just have to remember SOC 1 is more related to financial reporting and accounting, whereas SOC 2 is related to security. The 5 trusted principles: confidentiality, integrity, availability, privacy, and generic security. That's all about it. So this is all about it. So we talk about chain of custody. Now, chain of custody is basically used in digital forensics. You are establishing a sequence of events to prove it in the court of law. So what time an activity occurred, what were the factors responsible for it, and in what order something happened. So you are looking at a trail of events, showing the custody, and making this chain of custody for presenting in the court of law, because you are linking as to how some events took place. That is the rationale of chain of custody. Vendor management, very, very important. I talked a little earlier about in the day when we talked about all these things. Third party vendor management. This is the most important thing, right? That is where third party vendor risk assessment. This is what we're talking about. Now, that vendor could be a cloud vendor, it could be any vendor. So in cloud, you can go for a CSA star. Okay, there's a CSA star program which was created to establish a first step in displaying transparency and assurance for cloud-based environments. Now, you would have different organizations at different levels. If you are at a star CSA star 1, which means that a particular cloud provider has only gone through a self-assessment. They have not gone through some third party. Anybody who is at CSA star 2, that cloud provider has gone through a third party assessment, which means that base certification, which means that they have complied with some controls and all those things. And level 3, which is the most stringent, is where anybody who is at C star level 3, it means that they have a continuous compliance with the CSA, with the cloud control matrix and the cloud security CSA star program, Cloud Security Alliance star program. Okay? And you can read more about the CSA star program here. You can go here, CSA star. So it's a framework. It's a security, trust, assurance, and risk management framework for cloud service providers. Cloud computing policy and risk attitude. Now, how you have cybersecurity policies for your infrastructure. Similarly, you will have a cloud security policy. You would have a password policy, a remote access policy, encryption policy, and a third-party risk management policy. If you are allowing some third parties to be hosting in cloud, so you would have all these policies. Policies examples could be, like, do you have an incident management policy as to how you are doing incident management for any services on the cloud if there is something? Data backup policy, what is your DR policy for cloud, for the data on cloud? All those things we are talking about it. Okay, So there are various examples of this. Risk app now just a few more pointers here. Risk appetite. Now every company has undertakes some level of risk. There is a company culture to it. The risk appetite means that, which is referred to as the degree of uncertainty a company is willing to take in anticipation of a reward. Risk tolerance, the degree, amount, and volume of risk that an organization or individual will withstand. Risk threshold, the level of impact at which a stakeholder may have some specific interest. SLA, I think we talked a lot about SLA is a very important document and something that you should always take a look. I'll show you one SLA. So SLA is similar to a contract signed between a customer and a cloud provider. You should always go for a customized SLA. Do not go for a generic SLA which is there on the portal of the cloud service provider. Don't do that. Sometimes it can be a nice little trap. So make sure before you go onto the cloud, you have understood, your cloud architects have understood the SLA part of it. The SLA forms a most crucial and fundamental component of how security and operations will be undertaken. Now it covers a lot of things. SLA talks about availability, performance, security and privacy of data, logging and reporting, DR expectations, location of the data, data structure and format, portability, exit strategy, change management process, dispute mediation process, identification, problem resolution. These are all the things that are covered in our SLA. We'll take a quick look at SLA just a little later. The components of SLA are uptime guarantees, provider liability, SLA penalties, data protection requirements, penalty exclusions, disaster recovery, suspension of service, and security recommendations. Why they have all these components is because a cloud provider can have thousands of cloud customers. Okay, so there can be sometimes a lot of conflicting demands that may come from customers. So it's important to make sure that all the provisions of a SLA of the service are covered. We talk about when the service can be suspended, what are the penalty exclusions, what is the provider's liability, what is the minimum uptime guarantee that the provider provides, any DR requirements. All of these are important components of the SLA. So it has all these things, and you got to understand, like from a SLA, what is the risk profile of the organization, assessment of the risk environment, what is the acceptable level of risk, because you may be hosting your data on cloud, and tomorrow, if for any reason there is a major outage, your services are impacted. You could be hosting your customers on the cloud, on their cloud. So this is a very essential supply chain which can be disrupted by a single outage on the cloud vendor's service, and you can do nothing about it, right? Who will do what? So there are shared responsibilities. Now, if a customer loads data from a Japan to a US data center, on the cloud, it's not the it's not the cloud service provider's responsibility. How do you transfer data? It is up to you. You have the access to it. How do you go about it? It's your business. It's not the cloud service provider's business. And what are the risks that are there in the cloud, and how to mitigate and reduce those risks? And which risk frameworks are being followed to assess effectiveness? These are important key SLA elements. Now, take a quick look at this SLA. There's a cloud vendor in India by the name E2 Networks, and I'll show you the SLA, and you will realize. So E2 Networks claims that their data centers are in 2 locations in Mumbai and Noida. Now they have these terms called as uptime, which is what we expect, fault, service time, emergency maintenance. Sometimes they can be maintenance. They have planned downtime. They have excused unavailability, downtime, exceptions. To us, this part doesn't make sense. Excused unavailability, because either you have a planned downtime or an unplanned downtime. Why would you have something like this? This is where it raises suspicion. In the last class, I covered the same thing. I told, and so how did we figure it out? Whether what's wrong with them is, and why we are including the right to audit clauses is for this reason. Absolutely, Lumbi said it's right. Lumbi pointed out right thing. They are renting a rack service in the data center. They don't have their own data center. And how we confirmed it? We asked for a compliance certificate. I asked for a compliance certificate with them. So I asked them to, this is the fellow. We asked them for a compliance certificate. this is the certificate. And when I got this certificate from them, this is where they talked about. So E2E networks, you can see here, the data center belongs to entity. Entity itself is host providing its, private hosting services and all those kind of things. It's a large company. So E2E network is a small company which is renting some racks on the entity's data center. And the reason you have excuse unavailability option there is because if something happens to the entity data center, E2E networks can do nothing about it. So from our point of view, they should have specified in the SLA that it's a rental model there. They should have been specific about it. They choose not to do so, which I believe is essentially wrong here. It's a wrong practice of not giving the correct indication. So if there is excuse unavailability, if someone is still going, see, you would still get customers because their pricing is very super cheap. Now, if that's the case, they should be very clear as to why this is in place. So I hope now people are clear as to why SLA is such an important document for review. So you should have two basically agreements with a cloud service provider. Get an exclusive contract with the right to audit there. So that will clear a lot of So when you send your auditor there to the cloud vendors infrastructure data center, they can figure out what are the kind of practices that are being followed and all those things. So it gives you some level of assurance whether they have adequate protection capabilities or not. And the second thing is, do not all see brands don't matter. Brands can exist and they can vanish. So today a company is existing, tomorrow it can vanish. These things can happen. Okay, so let's not look at that way. Look at whether your data which is residing, because you don't have physical access to the data center, whether it's residing in a secure place or not. That is what you should look at, and get a customized SLA. Do not just provision your services on the cloud portal of a cloud vendor just because it is self provisioning is very super quick and easy. Don't do that. Do conduct your due diligence, talk to their representatives, figure out okay, what's you know if they can sign a customized SLA. I'm sure certain things can be definitely be worked out. Those requirements can be definitely be worked out by the cloud vendor itself. Yeah. And they will get remedy from entity for the outage. Absolutely, they do have it with them. But I think here they should have been more specific here. Absolutely, spot on, which is the right thing here. And however, this company E2E Networks, they should have been more precise that they, because it's some kind, we are not expecting them to be writing things like rental service model, but maybe give some clues as to why this kind of a thing is being asked for, or so that way they could have mentioned, and that would have made more sense. Just final slide. I think we are through with this chapter. Pretty easy chapter. We're talking about ensuring how do we ensure quality of service. So we look at availability, measuring the uptime of the relevant services over a period. Outage duration, how long is the outage has been through, and what kind of outage? Is it a zone-wise outage or is it a region-wise outage? Then we look at the mean time between failures. So let's say you encounter a major outage, uh, you know, between two outages, what is that time frame? So if a cloud vendor has had a lot of outages, like every 15 or 20 days they have an outage, you may take a call as to move from that cloud vendor to another vendor. You don't want that kind of a situation. Mean time to switch over, which is it provides the expected time to switch over from a failure. So let's say if your database service failed, the production service failed in one region, now you want to switch over to another region. How long does it take for you to switch over from switch over from the current active database in one region to another one without causing any user impact? Usually it should be some seconds. And what is the response time to perform the requested operation or task? And what is the completion time metric? Provides the time required to complete the initiated or requested task. Now take into account that if your data center, the cloud data center, is a far off location than where you are, you could be in the same country, in the same state, or in a different geography altogether, in a different part of the world. Expect some latency if you are in a far off location. You cannot expect, if you are sitting in let's say in Australia, and you're expecting your data center, which is there in let's say in the West Coast, to provide you with a awesomely good performance. It's don't expect it, because you're covering the entire Pacific Ocean. You're covering, let's say you're covering the entire Pacific belt. So don't expect a data center in Florida to service somebody who's sitting in Western Australia, in Perth, to be getting serviced very frequently. You're talking about a distance of almost 15,000 kilometers, which is quite a fair distance. Now, sometimes what happens is, if the distance is huge, and if there are performance requirements, if there are stringent performance requirements, how you can meet that, how you can mitigate the latency. So I think we are finished with the chapter. Mitigating the latency in a cloud service. Mitigating latency can be done with the help of CDN, content delivery networks, which can cache your data in the nearest location, content delivery networks, right? So with the help of content delivery networks, you can cache your data to the nearest location, and so that the users get a seamless customer experience. Edge locations. Yeah, that's true. Fair enough. I think we are pretty much through with that. Now, real world scenario, the contract of a public cloud provider specified maximum monthly upload and download parameters. The terms for leaving at the end of contract included a time frame for the customer to migrate the data from the provider's data center. Now, assuming that the customer uploads X amount GB of data per month, there would be 12x GB of data at the end of the contract. So leaving the contract is costly for the customer, as it involves migrating 12x GB of data in the final month. So how can the customer avoid the high cost of migrating the data to a new data center at the end of contract? The contract should mention that limits would not apply in the transition period. So if you just have that clause, it will make your life as a customer a lot more easier. So that's the importance of having the right kind of provisions in the contract. So it's a very important document, and it should be drafted with a lot of due diligence.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has an advanced certification in cybersecurity course in collaboration with E and ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts to help you master all the skills necessary for getting your dream job in cybersecurity field. Reach us out to know more about this course.
With that, we have finished the chapter. So unlike CISSP, this cloud security is actually a quite easy and a lot more interesting domain. So I would say you would find it a lot easy, and I will try and make your job a lot easy with this. CCSP is different. CCSP, the content is theoretical in nature, but we are here to make it as practical as possible. When I say practical, there are too many things to look into cloud. It's not always. It's about technology. It's about risk management. It's about compliance. So I will take you through some very interesting observations. Some of the things you may have probably not been through before. So try and pay attention, because we have got 6 domains in cloud, CCSP, and this one doesn't take much time to complete. To be very honest, we are starting with cloud data security. Okay? It's domain 2. This has got the maximum coverage, roughly around 90%. Now, it's actually a very interesting topic, okay? Because the first thing is, data is considered to be the new oil, right? Data is considered to be the new oil right now. Okay, this is the rationale which is given across the world. Now, does everybody agree with that? Data is considered to be the new oil in the 21st century. How many of you agree with that? So data is considered to be new oil, right? That's the thing. Okay? We need to understand why this is considered to be new oil. You really need to understand the paradigm behind it. So think about, go back 20 years back. Let's say some of you may be small kids, some of you may have just started their careers around that time. So what was the situation back in 2001 and 2022? 2001, we were still smartphones. So mostly even the mobile technology was pretty new. was quite new. Not everybody around the globe were using mobile phones. It was there, but not everybody had the privilege to use mobile phones, and most of them were 2G phones. That was the time they were on 2G phones. Then what happened? This was a scenario, and most of the websites, your e-commerce companies were there. So e-commerce companies like Amazon were there. They were there. So e-commerce companies like Amazon were there, but the kind of information that they was, that they had, the technology at Amazon around that time at Amazon was they were using MySQL behind the scenes, MySQL database. So for the customer, because you're not expecting a lot of traffic on the websites, okay? So they were using RDBMS behind the scenes, RDBMS technology and all those kind of things behind the scenes. So the volume of traffic on internet, sites was pretty normal. Okay, you could just manage it with a single database or something. It was pretty normal. Then what happened? Let's talk about 2011. This was a time when cloud computing took off, right? Cloud computing took off. This was also the time when big data analytics started to come, in a big way. I'm talking about Hadoop, okay? Hadoop technology, right? Hadoop technology started to come in a big way. Then what happened after that? New e-commerce companies started coming up, right? When I say new e-commerce companies, take for example, nobody knew Alibaba 20 years back. Alibaba really came around this time. They started the journey earlier than that, but they were, they were very well known by this time around. Lazada is a company in Singapore. It's an e-commerce company in Singapore. It started around this time. Okay, they were roughly around this time. And the companies had to change. NoSQL technology also took off, but in a big way. And mobile phones, Android phones were a common feature around this time, right? This is the scenario around 2011. In 2022, what is the scenario right now with the data? We are using big data analytics in a very large way. But what has changed is in a large way, but what has changed now is AI and ML, artificial intelligence and machine learning, has taken off in a big way, right? Secondly, around the globe, there are billions and billions of gadgets. And when I say gadgets / IoT devices, I'm talking about smart TVs, we're talking about smart TV. I'm talking about a smart watch. I'm talking about, all these kind of IoT devices. So it's taken off in a big way, right? You talk about an Apple iWatch, all these kind of devices, iPod and all those kind of, so it's really taken off in a very big way, right? A smart bulb, yeah, that's right. So you have a smart bulb. Yeah. And in today's times, we are also talking about smart cities. The concept of smart cities is what we're talking about. Concept of smart cities, right? We're talking about 6G, 7G, and 6G and 7G evolution. By the way, in India, 5G is taking off, but the reality is that in places around the globe, in places like Norway, 6G and even 7G is taking off. So we are there right now, okay? And we are using a lot of data to identify pattern behavior. So which means that we can use AI and ML to identify, to as a use case for fraud detection, for identity theft. Look at the kind of use cases that are coming up. Okay, for it could be used for many things. Like this. Yep. So this is what is happening in today's times, right? We can use it for fraud detection, identity theft, okay, and many other situations. By the way, we have forgotten about cryptocurrency, which has taken off, which is currently very hot in the market. Cryptocurrency technology is also it relies on this data and all those kind of things. And there is one thing we have not talked about yet, where cryptocurrency is used. We are also talking about another interesting area called as metaverse slash virtual reality, right? So you're not traveling anywhere. Let's say you are an airline company and you want to give your customers, some sort of a virtual experience. So, you create some kind of attractive schemes and all those kind of things. Metaverse. That's right. So this is what's happening in today's times. Okay. And all of this stuff relies on all this stuff at the end of the day relies on zettabytes of data or even more of data or even more. And the demand for data is it just continues and continues to grow and grow and grow. Right? So we need to understand that all these stuff is generating a lot of data. Okay. A single aircraft, the one it flies, a single aircraft generates on a single flight, okay, a single aircraft on a single one-way flight generates roughly around 10 GB of data or even more, right? One single flight, roughly, if you travel one way from, let's say, New Delhi, or let's say from Dubai to San Francisco, or either way, either of the places, it can generate more than 10 GB of data. This is exactly why data becomes so critical. Okay. In today's times, if I will not talk much about aviation, I just want to talk a little bit about there so that you understand the power of data. Okay. The communication that happens between, see, we're talking about data security, cloud data security. So we need to first understand the importance of data. Then we talk about the other thing. That's the way to go forward. Okay. Communication that happens between a aircraft and the ground station. Okay. It is unencrypted. It is not encrypted at all. Furthermore, whatever technology that is being used in today's times, you have the NASA rover Perseverance, which is currently in Mars. Whatever data it is sending to Earth via radio waves, there is no encryption there. So the point I'm trying to make here is, in today's times, we are generating huge amount of data, and a lot of data in different technologies, in a lot of data in different industries is unregulated. There is no encryption at all. I've given you two examples in space technology as well as in aviation, whatever data that is getting communicated, there is no encryption. Okay. There is absolutely no encryption there. Okay. Self-driving cars, yes, that's right. There is no encryption there. How many of you have traveled, whenever, let's say you've been traveling internationally, domestically, wherever, how many of you have traveled and ever used a credit card to buy something on the flight? Has it ever happened? You have used a credit card to buy something to eat. Let's say you are hungry, and on the flight you have bought something. Have you ever thought about how that credit card information, which is when you are on flight, which means that you have no internet, right, at that point in time, how the transaction takes place? You're not on ground, right? You're in flight. Have you ever thought about whether that transaction, which whatever swipe of a credit card you're making in flight, is that secure? The answer is it is not secure at all. Okay. The entire data travels through something called as ACARS communication system. ACARS communication system. Okay. Where even the company, to whom you're making the payment. Yes, the one aspect which is true is that while you are on flight, these details are transmitted, but there is still a way to, with the help of radio waves, you can transmit, right? But the successful transaction happens when you reach that underlying side, the other side. But before you can get off the aircraft, the moment you catch the very first signal, the transaction is successful. The credit card, the PII information is traveling through ACAR's communication system absolutely unencrypted. Okay. In today's times, if an attacker wants, okay, if they want, they can even they can hack the communication between the aircraft and the ground station. They can give wrong messages and they can crash an aircraft. That is what can still happen. So we have talked about the various use cases, and we can talk about how this data that is collected, how much it is helpful. Today, you go to any e-commerce site, you may have bought a lot of things over the course of last 1-2 years on Amazon, XYZ company. Amazon can come up with a recommendation that, hey, you should buy this. How they are able to figure out that you may like that kind of a product? How are they able to give a recommendation? They're able to give a recommendation based on the fact that over the past 2 years, they have profiled your data. They have seen what kind of choices you have, what kind of taste you have. And on that basis, they have given a recommendation. So they now understand you fully. Okay. So with the help of data, we can identify what are the likely choices of a person. So data plays such an important role. Today, every one of you, okay, including me, every one of us, we have some online presence somewhere here and there. We may be doing some kind of indulging some kind of online, online purchase and all that. Your behavior, up 50% of your behavior is predictable. You may not uncover a lot of things. Some people are very open about their life, but in general, whatever purchases you make, with the help of that, we can the machine learning and AI tools can predict your character. 50 to 60% they can tell you almost that, which is a dangerous precedent because they have a lot of data to analyze about you. So data plays such an important role. You can decode an entire person with the help of data. You can, if you get access to somebody's feeds on a social networking site, let's say 5-10 years data, what that person thinks, how that person looks, is the person's mindset, how all those things are done. It's all, you can just decode a person in just a matter of minutes. Okay, we're not drifting from this. We talked about the first part was the importance of data. Okay, this is where we are. Importance of data and why data is considered to be the new oil in the 21st century. The second part is, and this is an open-ended question for everyone. If data is such a critical field, and if we are storing our data in cloud, storing our data, please understand this question. This is an extremely important question. Okay, if you are storing our data in cloud, can we, across storing in cloud, can you identify all the day-to-day risks that are there, that are present on the data side in the cloud world. So in short, the question is, can you find all the data related, all the cloud related data vulnerabilities across the world? Simple question. Can you find how hard it is to find this? Can you find all the cloud related data vulnerabilities across the world? In this one question, you can cover half of your auditing questions. So if you're trying to make a career in cloud or audits or cloud risk management, this is an absolute gold mine. Okay. So the idea here is, before anybody knows, across all cloud platforms, AWS, Amazon, Oracle Cloud, Google Cloud, IBM Cloud, Alibaba Cloud, is there a way we can figure out complete risks, complete new set of vulnerabilities that are happening on a day-to-day basis? And I'm being very specific. I'm talking about a very specific category, which is data. There are other categories I'm not bothered about right now about it. Cyber attacks is different, friends. I'm only talking about this part. My question is just this part. Very specific, open-ended question. Nothing else. I'm not looking at cyber attacks. I'm only looking at cloud-related data vulnerabilities. So the point is, before somebody can probe something, I want to be a step ahead of something. Think about it for a minute. I'll give you a minute. Anybody knows anything about it? Yeah. Azure is providing many vulnerabilities which you can configure also for Defender for Azure. Okay. Fair enough. What about any other thoughts? Yes, anyone? See, these are general answers, okay? So I'm letting you know there are a couple of sites, but one of your best repositories is go to one of the best sources of information is go to Orca website, Orca security website. They have released an encyclopedia of cloud related risks, including different categories that covers data. So, I mean, this is where you are one step ahead. So you're ahead of your game. Tomorrow, whichever cloud concept you're covering, you are doing it helps you in risk assessment. Okay. You know what is happening on a daily basis. My point is, you're not looking at your own infrastructure. You're looking at, you are a step ahead of the game. You're looking at all the risks that are there on a regular, on all the cloud platform features, and you are documenting them in your risk register, then comparing it against your own infrastructure. That's the way to go. So let's take a look at this. Let's dig into this part. So you go here, you go to Orca Security Cloud Encyclopedia. Okay. Go here. So this was launched this year. Now you can see this part. Is everybody able to see my screen, friends? Everybody able to see my screen? Yes. Okay. So you go to Orca Security. I'll give the link also. Now you come here. You can see that you can see that there are a lot of vulnerabilities which are given here. What you do is look at a risk category, data at risk. You can cover this. You can cover data protection, and there you go. This is all the latest things which are there. So let's take one example. Like, let's take this category, which is Azure storage container is publicly accessible. So they have highlighted something like this. They're talking about Azure blob containers. And what they're saying is that it provides a way to host your HTTPS data and all that. Now, what is the description? Any client can read the data in a blob container configured for public access. Avoid this unless explicitly needed. So they're also talking about how to, so your storage account default network access rule is not set to deny. So these are some of the default rules that similar cloud providers come up with, including Azure. Azure storage account without private endpoint and firewall configured. So this is how you can go about it. Okay. So these are data security related issues. You can take it's a huge list. It doesn't end here. Uh, you can take a look at this one. Databases with potentially PII information found. You can take a look at this part. Okay. So there are a lot of risk related to this. Let's talk about further. Load more. So you're talking about, let's take something else. Let's just take a further deep dive into. Yeah, this is another issue. Azure storage account is not using TLS 1.2 version, right? See, we end to see Azure storage sets the minimum version by default. It's a legacy version. The minimum version can be configured using as 1.2. So, I mean, these are some of the things that tend to be ignored. Okay, guys, these are some of the things that tend to be ignored. Just a second, where we are. Sorry. Yeah, my bad. So these are the things that tend to be ignored. These are day-to-day related risk. Okay, and something that you should be looking at. And the best part about Orca Security Risk Encyclopedia is that you can look at this part, this vulnerability also. This is a critical vulnerability in Azure Synapse. What was this? It allowed an attacker to access and controls customers' Synapse workspaces and leak sensitive data. Synapse is a core data warehouse of Azure. So these are the things that you should take into look. So Lumbi has a question: how up to date is it's updated very frequently, and I'll tell you why. So the question is how frequently this Orca, risk, cloud risk encyclopedia, how often is this updated? Very frequently and very regularly. See, there you have to understand that, see, there are a couple of things you need to understand. Don't use the default. Don't trust the cloud service provider, CSP provider by default. Don't do that. Many times we make a mistake. Okay, oh, it's Azure. Those guys, Microsoft guys will be taking care of it. It doesn't work that. I will never look, if I have to look at the risks. See, the cloud vendor can also hide potential vulnerabilities, right? Why would they reveal it to you? If they reveal something very critical, it can cause panic to the customers. So they may take some time and just get things done without revealing anything, or then may reveal at a time of their choice. So they are not the best sources to look. So this means that the cloud vendor is the one on which you're hosted. They are the ones to pass judgment. It doesn't work that way. Okay. So always approach the CSP with suspicion. Don't go, get overwhelmed by the name and all those things. You're there. All these vendors were never known to be security vendors. You can trust somebody like a Palo Alto or a Fortinet, or for that matter, even Checkpoint. But it will be hard to digest the security layer of all these vendors. They have issues, and it will always keep coming. Okay. So look at third-party sources. Look at Orca Security around this. Now the real deal is, how come Orca Security can have this? The answer is very simple. Why look at third-party vendors like Orca Security for cloud security risks and issues? Because Orca Security is basically a CSPM tool, a CSPM tool provider. Cloud security posture management tool. So I would be very interested in that. I would be interested in this in their topology as well as any of their competitors' topology. My goal is to make my cloud environment secure. So wherever information I can pull up, and the one that keeps up to date is what we are looking at. Okay. So Orca, because it's a CSPM tool provider, that is why it works pretty well here, and it's a well-known one. So I hope by now you're clear with the importance of data, where to look around for data. So you could look at organizations like Orca Security and all to look at the day-to-day cloud risks. Okay. The next thing is this part so far clear? Any doubts on this part? Anyone? Okay. Now, the next part is, if we think about approach this course from a case study point of view. That is exactly what we are doing, right? Why data is important? Where should I look out for data? I'm just training you from that point of view, just to make it simple and explicitly easy. Okay. So the third case study, the third use case, okay, use case, use case 3 for data. I'll just make it easy, okay. Use case 1, importance of data. The other part is second part, or this is use case 2, okay. And now we are talking about use case 3, which is use case 3 for data. How do we secure our data in the cloud? Simple question. When you go to executive management, you have to address these kind of straightforward questions. No ifs and buts. Simple. You have to talk in a simple, plain, lucid language. So this is the fundamental question. Now, if I have to secure my data in the cloud, I have to look at different approaches.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has an advanced certification in cybersecurity course in collaboration with E and ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts to help you master all the skills necessary for getting your dream job in cybersecurity field. Reach us out to know more about this course.
To the data. And first thing, it starts with my GRC, governance, risk management, compliance. Now, when I talk about GRC, the first thing I need to have is I need to have a cloud security policy. Along with that, you need to have a data security policy. Then you need to have a data protection or privacy policy. Okay. The fourth thing is data governance policy. And the fifth piece of it is data retention policy. And the final piece is data purging or data destruction policy. This is where everything starts. Okay. So this is where everything starts, because yes, those options are there, but you've gone a little too far. I'm just starting from the very scratch. What are all the things you need? Any company which does not have these kind of policies, they are not doing justice to their data security at all. Okay. These policies are an absolute mandate. This is an absolute mandate. Okay. So you understand the importance of cloud security policy, you understand the importance of data security policy, data privacy policy. But do you know why would a company require a data governance policy? Any thoughts? No, this is needed for everything, but cloud vendors, it is not just for cloud vendors, it is also needed for your on-prem. But in on-prem, things are somewhat different as compared to this. You need a data governance policy for cloud. Why do you need that? For compliance, the reason why you need a data governance policy is because you need to have a complete data inventory. Does everybody know about asset inventory? What about a data inventory? I need a complete data inventory. It's not there to safeguard. We need a complete data inventory. That's the main reason, data inventory. See, if you know what is in data inventory, what does it contain? And I'm telling you something from practical experience. A lot of companies are not doing this. So this is how you should approach. We are looking at end-to-end extremely in a comprehensive manner. If I have to secure data, what should be my approach? So data inventory will contain all links, all links to where to how data is getting accessed. So it contains all data flows. So let's say you have one ETL, you have got 10 different ETL sources. How they connect to this? How do those ETL sources connect uh, to your database or data lake? That's one thing. How many different databases do you have? Databases or data stores do you have? Okay. Where are you keeping your current business data? And where are you storing your historical or archival data? Okay. This is what you need. How many different SQL connections are made to different databases that we have, from which locations? Okay. What kind of, I forgot about one more thing. You also need to have a data classification policy, absolute mandatory. What kind of data classification do I have in place? What are the regulatory compliances that my entire data set is subjected to? These are the kind of questions that we need to address. ETL is extract, transform, load. So basically, you have raw data, you're connecting to it. So what we are not doing is we are not logging all connections. We just need to know different details as to how the data is getting accessed by different systems for our organization. Different links we need to know. And how are we accessing? Are there any external data sources that we are accessing? This is another question. Once you address this question, your data inventory is complete, right? I'll come to, Lumbi, I'll also talk about data encryption. Does everybody see you have an asset inventory? Why do you have a data inventory? What kind of information you can have a data inventory? Is that clear? What kind of data, what kind of information does it contain? You can enter a Y on chat to let me know if that's clear. If not clear, and no. Right? So these are the questions you should ask. Now, if you're doing an audit or if you're doing risk management, if you ask these questions to the underlying teams, they will be, you will raise some red flags there. They will have some problems with their questions. The reason is because nobody does it in such a comprehensive manner. It's that simple. Right? Nobody does in such a comprehensive manner. It's that simple. So, you are going to, raise some, unfurl some, rough feathers there. So, but any company which has a data inventory is doing a solid job in that data, in their managing their data processes altogether. Because this is important, is very important. If I, as an auditor, have to take a look, this is the kind of information I'm looking. If I want a full 360-degree view of my data visibility, I need to have a data inventory. It's as simple as that. Like how you need to have an asset inventory, we need to have this kind of ETLs can be on a high speed link least line. It can also be, depends on where you're pulling up the data from. You could be pulling up doing ETLs from 10 different sources. You don't even know that. That is the reason why you need different sources from where you are doing that extract, transform, load. Okay, so this is the first thing. Okay, the next thing is, what kind of data am I dealing with? So what kind of data am I dealing with? Are we dealing with? Okay, so one is data at rest, data in transit, and data in use. This is where it is, right? So now we need to take a look at security controls around these areas. So let's take a look at security controls for data at rest, right? This is how you start addressing things. Yeah, you have to keep updating. Like, you have to keep updating your asset inventory. Similarly, your data inventory, it cannot be a static document. You need to update it. You need to go through it. You may have to update it on a frequently basis. It's a part of your day-to-day exercise. Now we are addressing the first part, which is security controls for data at rest. Yes, friends, what controls can we talk about? It does not happen like that in companies, because no company is so absolute on the data security. That is the reason why you have data leaks. Right, so we have talked about encryption. Somebody says encryption, data at rest, encryption. The question is, what kind of encryption are we talking about? What kind of encryption are we talking about? So if it is disk, if the data is getting stored on disk, then we are talking about server level, server side encryption. So for example, BitLocker encryption, okay, BitLocker encryption, or file encryption technologies. So we're talking about file encryption technologies. You can use tools like VeraCrypt to encrypt your data. Yes, that's one way of looking at things. Okay. BitLocker, yes, exactly, that we talked about, and then we're talking about this. That is on the server side. How about encryption for databases? Where in databases we are using block storage anyways. So how do you encrypt the data there? So we can use true, Dinesh. Yeah, many tools, but VeraCrypt is the open source technology. That's right. How are encryption for databases? So we need to use column level encryption. You can encrypt because the data resides in the underlying tables. This thing, column level encryption. We can use row level encryption. This is what we can use. These kind of technologies. So you can encrypt some columns and all those kind of things. Okay. And the final piece of it is object storage. Object storage, like Amazon has 3 buckets. Buckets, Azure Data Lake. They use their object, they use AES encryption purely for object storage. Now, one important part is the different file types. So we're talking about ext4, we're talking about ZFS. Now ZFS can have its own data compression and encryption topology, own data compression and encryption. So you got to take a look at that kind of we have covered so far this much. The next part is security controls for data in transit. So you can use, you know, TLS encryption, you know, protocol based encryption, TLS, etc. So you can use transport layer security there, you can encrypt your data. The other part is T4 and ZFS, they are normal file types. ZFS came up from Solaris. It's a specialized kind of a file type, right? So ext4 is a standard Linux based file type. Yeah. Then we're talking about security controls for data in transit. So you use protocol based encryption, something that we know, like TLS, we know HTTPS, all that, right? And is there any other encryption technology that can be used for uh, data in transit? Can we use something else also? So some technology for data in transit and as well as in this thing. Encryption key, yes, but what I'm talking about is something different. This is known as homomorphic encryption. How many of you have heard about homomorphic encryption? How many know that? Heard about homomorphic encryption? We are yet to talk about compression. I've not reached the compression stage. That's where different file formats like PARQ, Avro, those Hadoop file formats. There are different things. I've not reached there, but it's a good point that you made. Yes, Lumbi, data in transit means data in motion. They are they are used. These terms are used interchangeably. They're similar. They're synonymous with each other. These terms. So the question is homomorphic encryption. Now, what is homomorphic encryption? First of all, homomorphic encryption is it's not a common, it's not a common encryption technology. It's not. Let's assume we have someone's bank account number, okay? Or let's say salary of person is salary of, let's say, a person named by the name James is 120,000 USD per annum. Okay. Now assume that after 1 year, James gets a hike. James gets a hike, and now his salary is 140,000 USD. Now, our take is that the salary assumption in the below example is that salary column for employee table is encrypted, and any updates to the salary column, please understand the use case. It's a very specific and a very different use case. Assumption is that the salary column for employee is encrypted, and any updates to the salary column should happen only on encrypted data set only, which means I'm not at all going to decrypt my data. That is what homomorphic encryption is. Homomorphic encryption allows you to change the encrypted data to something else with, allows the value in the encrypted data set to be changed without decrypting data. That is homomorphic encryption. Okay. A good example of homomorphic encryption, if you want to enable this, a good example of homomorphic encryption is IBM homomorphic encryption, which you can enable for Linux systems. So we're talking about this one. We go here. What we're talking about is IBM homomorphic encryption, GitHub. That's it. This is the IBM homomorphic encryption for Linux. So the point I'm trying to make here is this example, this one, with the help of this toolkit, you can enable homomorphic encryption, right? This allows you to perform changes on the data set without decrypting data. Now, obviously, if you do this, something like this will take a long, changes on the data set will take long time because you're not decrypting it, you're operating on encrypted data set. But this is an option that is available for all of you. Right? This is another option available. Now, other security controls for data at rest, right? See, we have to think in a very holistic manner. When you're talking about this, you have to be absolutely pinpoint and should not miss out on anything when anybody's asking you this. Now, the other techniques are data masking, data anonymization, and data have data redaction, and you have something called as data tokenization. These are other techniques. Now, first of all, what is data masking? Let's assume you have a let us assume that someone's credit card number is 4143556048729980. So instead of this, if we mask data, the resulting output could be something like 4126, something like this one. 412, a star, star, a star, a star. Does that make sense? Yeah. So this is what data masking is. Is this clear to everyone? What is data masking? Let's hear from everyone else. What is data masking? Clear with this? Now, let's talk about the other technique, which is data anonymization. Now, somebody mentioned the right point, which is fake data here. So what happens here is data anonymization. What we are doing here is we are replacing the actual data, fake data. So let's say we have a credit card number as this. Now, this number now becomes something like this. Okay. So let's put it this way. Let's make it 7. Okay, 74588893. Right, and then I say 7105, and then I say 22, a 1 and a 3. So what we have done is, now this is easy to predict. What I've done is I've just swapped 3 numbers. 4 becomes 7, so we have just shifted 3 numbers. But I'm just showing you how the data anonymization is done. The data anonymization pattern. So they use functions. They use random functions to anonymize your data. Okay. They use random functions to anonymize your data. Another technique in this example is this. I can show you something else also. So what we have is, just give me a second. Let me show you something which is related to this part. Mm, uh, yeah. So you can see this one, right? This thing. Now you see, if I have something like this and I change it with this. Now assume that if I'm using some sort of data mapping where where we say that B becomes F, C becomes M, I becomes, let's say, S, you can maintain a file mapping and then, you know, basically replace the data with some sort of mapping, or you can apply some kind of a formula. This is the process of anonymization. So you're just faking the data with something else, just to provide. It's a kind of a bluffing technique, right? That is anonymization. I hope everybody clear with anonymization. What is the tactic? The idea here is that you can use functions, internal system functions, to anonymize your data. If you're not using that, you can maintain a mapping file, or maintain a mapping. So you have 26, you have 26 characters, alphabets, and you have 1 to 9, 0 to 9 are your 10 numbers. So you can maintain a mapping between either one of them without using any pattern. It's just a random mapping, uh, and then pretty much like any technology. It could be like that. So this is anonymization. This is it's a kind of a bluff. The next thing is data redaction. Okay. Now redaction is similar to masking. Okay. It is similar to masking, but now the point is data redaction is similar to masking. That the difference is that in redaction you are masking the data at runtime. At runtime only. So whenever somebody is about to see the data, that time is masking. Like here in credit card number, we are masking that data with an asterisk. Now this data could be something like this. If you had this is a credit card number, I could be using something very different. I could be using, instead of like this, I could be using 412F. I can be using, let's say, ampersand, 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 let's say star F, right? Or let's say something like this question, something like this. Then I can use something like this. I can use a comma. I can use this. I can use percentage. I can use an asterisk. I can use this, this one, this symbol. I can use this. And finally, I can use this. Now you see how different this is from this, right? This is quite different. For this credit card number, I've done masking. So we have done masking, let's say, using, we have done masking for this number, this one, using special characters. Very, very different, right? So the data redaction can use some different patterns in masking. So you're not using a single pattern, but multiple patterns, which makes it very hard to predict what the number could be. Right? So it's a different technique. That's so is data redaction understood by everyone? What is data redaction? Yes, no? Is that understood? Cool. The final piece of it is data in, so we have talked about this one, data tokenization. That's interesting. So data tokenization, how it works is there is a dedicated, so you have a token, basically you replace, what you're doing is you're replacing actual data with garbage data, but you are maintaining two databases. So two databases where in one of the database systems, one of the database systems, one of the DBs, you are using a tokenization server. You are using a tokenization machine, server or machine, which maintains a mapping, of actual data that was replaced with garbage data. So it's a very simple thing. You are running a tokenization service on one of the servers where there is also a database. The tokenization server generates a garbage data value, replaces the original data in the application, and maintains a mapping in the tokenization server's database that this value, this is the garbage value and this is the original value. So next time when you actually want the right value, it can look at its tokenization server database, and then it can pick the actual value. Okay. Is the tokenization part also clear now, everyone? What's the purpose? Here you are keeping a specialized kind of a software, tokenization software, which maintains random data, so replaces the origin data in the application. So in the original database, the data will be different. But when a proper request comes to access the origin data, it passes on the request to the tokenization server. Tokenization server looks at its mapping, finds out what the original value for this, and gives the actual server the original value. That is how it works. Okay, I'm just going to repeat this part. Look at this part, okay, tokenization, paint. So I'm just going to reiterate this tokenization concept. Just give me a second, okay? So how tokenization works is, this is uh, the user, okay, and I have got, this is my database. I'm keeping two databases. So this is the user, okay, this is the user, this is the user, and I'm keeping two databases, DB1, DB1, and this is DB2, this is DB2, and contains the tokenization server also. This is also tokenization server. Now let's say the user enters something. So in the original database, let's assume, so in DB1,
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has an advanced certification in cybersecurity course in collaboration with E and ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts to help you master all the skills necessary for getting your dream job in cybersecurity field. Reach us out to know more about this course.
which is the original database. let's say, let us say that we are tokenizing the telephone number of an individual. Okay. Now, tokenization server, I'm writing it down, is a specialized machine, is a specialized software slash machine, which also has its own database. Also has its own database. In this example, the database is this one, DB2. In this example, the database is DB2. Now, what happens is, if I have to write someone's phone number, let's say there is a person called as Nisha, okay, or let's say James is the person's name. Now, James' number is, let's say, 9450808112. Let's say this is his phone number. Okay. Now, instead of writing this number in DB1, where James' name says, the value will be James. So in database 1, DB1, the value will be James, and then the phone number would be something like this: 75455. So 456. So this is the value in DB1. In DB2, the value will be stored as, this is the value, this one, and this is the value. This value will be stored. So you are maintaining, this entire value. So in the actual server, you are displaying a wrong value. Now, when the client makes a request for this data, DB1 will make a request for this data, will make a request to the tokenization server. Tokenization server looks at its database, DB2, finds out that for this value, the original value is this 94. So for this value, the original value is this. So DB2 returns this value to DB1. Is that understood now? Tokenization, how tokenization works? Is it understood now? Okay. It's a very simple concept. Okay. It's a very simple concept. It is basically a good bluffing technique. Okay? It's a specialized thing. That is how it works. So it's a pretty useful technique. It's very widely used. So now we are through with data security at rest and data security controls at data in transit, right? These are the different controls. And especially when someone connects via SQL language, that is where it is. Now, the third thing is data in use. When the data resides in the memory of a given person's laptop or resides in the cache. Now, how do you deal with this kind of data? Can you encrypt this kind of data? Divyajyoti says, do organizations follow tokenization for database data? Yes, they do. It is a standard routine practice. The only thing is, there is a cost to it. There is a definite cost to it, but it's getting utilized. It's not something. It's not an unknown phenomenon. Okay, it's a pretty standard way of doing things. Now, data in use. The question is, if the data is in my RAM or in cache, in the OS cache, how can we put any security controls there? Can we put any security controls there? Can we encrypt the data in the RAM? Can we encrypt that? What's your take on this? Can we encrypt the data in RAM or not? In memory or not? Let's take a look at your options. Yes, no. Okay, so people who say yes, how do we do it? How can you encrypt the data in RAM? Tell me. How can you encrypt the data in the RAM? Tell me this. See, if we talk about Android file encryption, it is happening at the disk level. It is not happening at the memory level, right? Complete safeguards. So we want to apply safeguards on the data. See, we trust. The idea here is we are following a no trust, a zero trust architecture model, a zero trust data architecture model. So what if my authorized person his system may have been hacked by someone? So what options do I have there? Some security like keys. The answer is that in general, you cannot encrypt the data in memory. You cannot. But there is still a way you can encrypt. Okay, that's a general assumption. Well, RAM level encryption is difficult, but not too difficult because this is what is happening. Intel memory encryption, total memory encryption. You should look at this, friends. So your hardware processors are coming with this technology. You can see this part. Intel total memory encryption encrypts all data passing from a computer CPU with a single transient key. Such information includes customer credentials and all that. So you have this part also being used here. right? So Intel, this thing, total memory encryption can be used. That's one part of it, right? So it's not a new phenomenon. Furthermore, you can also use Intel SGX technology. So there are two technologies. One is SGX and total memory encryption. Intel SGX, software guard extensions. So what it does is Intel SGX memory encryption. So you can see here this part. Intel SGX is memory encryption engine, right? So we are talking about the CPU, right from the CPU registers and all those things, the temporary storage in CPU. You're talking about total memory encryption there. At the same time, you're talking about RAM-based encryption. So you have options like options coming from CPU manufacturers like Intel, like Intel, with technologies like SGX, software guard extensions, and TME, which is known as total memory encryption. So this is how you can safeguard your data, especially if someone is using forensic tools and all that. You can, if you are using CP architectures like these, it is possible to safeguard your data. Does that make sense to everyone? Everyone, are we clear with this? This is for your knowledge. So we have covered all these encryption types, right? So we have covered, what have we covered? We have covered two aspects. We have covered about from a CIA triad perspective. We have talked about, have covered data integrity and to a wider extent, data confidentiality. What about data availability? That's equally important. How do I address this part? So there are a couple of techniques here. You can, to make the data available, you can use obviously backups. Backups and restoration is a older and a popular technique for this. Right. The other part is if you know the rate levels. Okay, if you know the rate levels, uh, just give me a second, friends. You're talking about rate mirroring. So what we are talking about is we're talking about data striping, data mirroring, and this is something that we have covered earlier in our CCSP classes, CISSP classes, rate technology, right? Rate technology. Okay. So data striping, mirroring, backups. You can also implement, you know, you can also implement, uh, uh, yeah, you can implement something like a hot site, a mirror site, a mirror site. You can implement something like a hot site, a warm site, and a cold site. These are different data center related recovery options, right? Yeah, redundancy or a load balancer, or you can even implement for HA for high availability. You can and fault tolerance. You can implement clustering, clustering feature. Yeah? You can implement a high available database cluster, a web application cluster like that. This is how you increase your availability, right? You in cloud, you have features like in cloud, you have features like, see, we are talking about different kinds of data, right? So it's important that you should know what are the different options available, right? So in cloud, you have features like geo replication. So you can do replication to more than you can do more than 3 availability zones. You can do that, or you can do geo-replication of data across 3 different regions altogether. Okay. Even that is possible. Okay. This is one part of it, right? This is how you achieve geo-replication. Okay. What are the other options available? Is there anything else that we can talk about here? What are the other options available here? We talked about RAID, we talked about clustering technology. You can build a storage cluster, all these things. Let me think. I think I'm missing on something. Yes, Hadoop. Now you're talking about Hadoop, right? Now Hadoop, by default, by default, it maintains 3 replica copies of your data. So you should be knowing that if you're investing time in the Hadoop technology, this is where. So Dibijyoti, the answer is very clear. When the one instance is down, the load balancer can redirect you to the different working machine, or the existing working machines. They are a part of a cluster. The load balancer identifies that one of them is down. The other available servers in that cluster can take over the load of the failed server or the failed system, right? So that is one way of it. Hadoop, it maintains 3 copies of the data. You can also store your backups to an offsite location. Store backups to an offsite location for easier recoverability. So these are the things that you can do to increase your availability factor, the data availability factor. These are the different techniques that you can deploy to increase the availability of your data. Is this part understood by everyone now? Any doubts? So well, in cloud, when you take backups, you don't have control over it. If you want to confirm, what you can do is try doing a restore. Try doing a restore from the geo-replicate backups, right? Try doing a restore. I think that is the only way probably you can check. Beyond that, there is not much you can do beyond this. Right? Okay. So the question was how to do this, right? Is this part understood so far, everyone? Any doubts so far? Okay. Now, the data goes through 3 stages. Sorry, 6 stages. Okay. First is the create phase. Second is the store phase. Third is the use phase. Fourth is the share phase. Fifth is the archive phase, archival phase. And sixth is the deletion phase, right? I hope all of you are in sync with me. So in creation phase, you create or source raw data from some external location or create the raw data yourself, right? This is the create phase. Okay. This is exactly what happens in the create phase. In the store phase, and then we will also talk about an example. I'll give you an example, already example of this. We talked about terms like ETL, ELT. We'll talk about that. In the store phase, we are storing the raw data either at an underlying database or at or in data lake. That's it. Data lake like S3 buckets. This is what we are doing. In the use phase, we are converting raw data. Okay, we are converting raw data and transforming it with business logic. Okay, business logic, thereby converting the raw data into processed format. Okay, into processed data format. Now, when the data is in process state, the data can be then shared with users, business users, customers, or any other parties, and these parties and all these entities can consume the process data. So they can consume it. Okay. Now, when the data is consumed, when the current data has been consumed by business, it is no longer current data. Okay, it's no longer the new data because you've already applied business transformations. Things like what are the activities here? Pulling the BI reports on process data. That is what happens here. In the archival phase, when the current data has been consumed by business, it is no longer current business. It's no longer current data, and it is archived for historical retention. For historical retention requirements, right? Just use that. Once, and in final phase, which is the deletion phase, once your requirement for data retention is over, you will purge or delete the archive data in a safe manner. Okay, this is what happens. These are the 6 phases. Yes, it is archive based on policy. So basically, every company has a data retention policy. Data retention policy specifies how long are you going to keep the data. Now, in India, especially if you're working for fintech company or in the financial sector, as per SEBI rules, the Security Exchange Board of India, as per SEBI rules, one has to retain financial records up to 8 years. And if I get a chance, I will even show you the retention policy also. There's a column called as record retention schedule. Now, in the use phase, the ETL, the business transformation, happens at this layer. So ETL or ELT is happening at this layer itself. I hope that makes sense. Is everybody clear with that? What 6 stages that the data are? Any doubts on this part? Clear? Okay, cool. So this is how you do it. Okay. Now look at the things what we have covered. We have covered the whole, almost everything into data. There is probably very little that is remaining in data part. Extremely. In the create phase, you're creating the data. Let's understand this entire thing with an example. Okay. Let us understand this entire thing with an example. Okay. Right. Let's take this one. Now let's say we are a new vendor in the travel domain. Okay. Now we are a e-travel, we are providing in the travel domain. Okay. So we are providing services in this area. Okay. I'm just repeating. Now assume that I'm giving an example, so just get it clear with this. There is a company called as Make My Trip. Many of you may have heard about it. Now you can see here, if I want to do flight bookings, holiday packages, homestays, I can do the booking. And let's say if I want to travel from Delhi to Adelaide, let's say on December, what are the ticket rates? Let's see that. Now the thing is, this flight data, I need to build this kind of a capability. So all this data, like what is the flight rate on a particular route, how do I build this capability? I'm a new startup. I want to build this kind of capability. So first thing is, I will have to source data from somewhere. That is an absolute requirement. So what I do is, I go to the most famous vendor, which is Expedia. Expedia has this data. It has a lot of data. So what I do is, we generate raw data in the create phase, okay, by sourcing, some data from Expedia, right? We are doing that. So that is in the first phase. Then we store the data, right? Yeah, that's right, Bharat. You're absolutely right. Web crawling. So I'm doing web crawling. So we have very active participants and in the class, and most of you have a very high level IQ. I must say that. So you generate the raw data in the create phase. In the store phase, so we have done that by sourcing the data from Expedia. Now, obviously, I need to save this data. So I'm on cloud. So I will store this data in, let's say, Azure Data Lake. So by doing that, Azure Data Lake, I have reached the stage 2, right? So we have reached the stage 2, which is store phase by this. So we are storing this raw data. Okay. So what we're doing is store phase. Third stage is use phase. Now this is where in the use phase, we apply business transformation logic to the given Expedia raw data. Okay. So we apply business logic transformations. Once we are through with this, then in the share phase, now I can have a portal similar to Make My Trip. I can have a portal to Make My Trip, and I can generate on a given date. If somebody wants to figure out the flight rate from one location to another, I would have that data. Absolutely. Accessing from caching for the given route. We are doing that, right? So we can apply that transformation ourselves. We are not using that Expedia logic, because Expedia will not share that. You can only get the raw data, some kind of this thing. Once we have done that, so once we have a client who has booked the tickets for December and the due date is gone, we may only require that data for historical retention. So flight records are up to 4-5 years, maybe. That makes sense. Beyond that, it doesn't make sense. So I will archive that data. So for this customer who would fly in the end of December to for a location like, let's say, Sydney, I would archive the data, keep it for 5 years. And after 5 years, I may be good to purge the record. I may be good to delete the record. This is the entire life cycle of data. What we're talking about is entire data life cycle using this Expedia example, right? So James, I hope that makes sense. I hope you're clear with that. Okay. This is how the data life cycle is all about. Okay. Now, having covered this part, we have to address, there are still some security issues here. Okay. We still need to address some security controls apart from encryption, all those things, some other security controls. See, I told you we are talking about exhaustive. When we talk about data on the cloud, we are talking about everything, not even leaving out any single thing. Okay. Address some other security controls for the data on cloud. First question, how do you transfer data? How do you transfer data from on-prem to cloud? Are you are you scanning the files for malware before transporting the data to the cloud? Are you doing that or not? Is there any malware on the data stored within the cloud data lake or database, right? So we are doing these kind of things. So before you transfer the data, we want some control over it. Just doing an FTP to the cloud is not the right way. Who knows, you are transporting malware also. The CSV file you are sending also contains malware. So that is not a good practice. We have to apply all kind of checks and balances. The next thing is, who are the people having access to the data on the cloud, and what kind of permissions do they have? Right? So when I talk about it, there will be administrators, database and DBAs will have admin level privileges, or they will have admin level privileges on databases. So they have privileged access, and hence we need to do enhanced level of auditing of.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has an advanced certification in cybersecurity course in collaboration with E and ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts to help you master all the skills necessary for getting your dream job in cybersecurity field. Reach us out to know more about this course.
DB admin accounts. That's something you got to do. Who are the people having okay, having permission to delete data, update data, or drop table in databases? So we want to audit their activities as well, right? So we want to audit their activities as well. The next part is, if the data is stored within the data lake, what permissions does a given user have on that data lake? Data lake, basically is accessed via HTTPS endpoint. So you want to see what kind of permissions, whether a user has read permission or write permission on the endpoint, as well as for how long they have access to that HTTPS URL endpoint. So you could actually do it time bound or something like that. those things are there, data stewards, data owners, users. Anyways, that is a, that part will anyways get covered in all these kind of things, drop table and all those. So I don't think there's much to it beyond that, right? I mean, we have already covered that part in a way. And then now, so we have to cover this part. Now, is there anything further than this beyond in the data side? Now, are we having controls? Are we having any controls to prevent leakage of sensitive information? So we're talking about having a DLP solution in place, data loss prevention to this. So somebody could be, accessing your customer data, could be transferring that data over CC file. So what kind of DLP tools do you have? And not only DLP tools, what DLP rules you have, rules you have defined. This by doing this much, probably you have covered almost majority of the things. There's still a chance that maybe one or two things may be missed out, but most likely you have covered it, end to end. I don't think there is much beyond this part on the data side of things. What you could question is, you could ask questions regarding the auditing or regarding the encryption part, So what kind of encryption do you have in place? What kind of encryption? Is it symmetric, asymmetric, or asymmetric? And then how are the keys getting stored there? How are the keys to encrypt data getting stored? Keys to encrypt the data are getting stored. So what you do is, let's say you encrypt your database using you encrypt your data using a key. So the key used to encrypt data, okay, is known as DEK, data encryption key. Okay, it's known as DEK, data encryption key. And now the point is, anybody who gets access to this part can decrypt your data on the cloud. So what you want to make sure is that this data encryption DEK is further encrypted with something else, is further encrypted with some other key. Now this key that is used to encrypt data encryption key, DEK, is known as MEK, master encryption key, right? It's known as master encryption. Is this part clear to everyone? What is this known as? Yes, everyone, is it clear? Where are these things stored? So your encryption keys are stored in a key management store, in a key management store. In Azure, it is known as Key Vault, whereas in AWS, this is known as KMS. AWS KMS, Key Management Service, right? Yeah, KMS. Now, another fine follow-up question is whether storing the encryption keys in KMS, in the cloud vendor's KMS or Key Vault, is that a good idea? Is that a good or a bad idea? That's the first thing. The thing here is, any internal employee of cloud service provider can easily get access to can hypothetically get access to your key vaults, can get access to your key vault or KMS. So you cannot fully trust the cloud vendor here. Okay, you can't trust them fully. Yeah. So what you have to do is, a solution to this problem is customer managed. Okay, managed key, or bring your own. Now here you can use HSM, external HSM hardware security modules to generate keys, to generate and store keys. So you are storing it outside of the cloud. Google provides something called as Google External Key Storage Manager. Yeah, Cloud External Key Manager. There is, right? Yeah, pretty much for all these things, for hash calculation and all these things. Even your secret keys can be stored there. Okay, so you can store it there. You can also use HSM hardware security module as a service. Okay, as a service in SaaS form, and store the keys as well. Example, what is a famous example? I'm just forgetting it. Yeah, just give me a second, one moment. Let me just recall it. So yeah, Fortanix SaaS. Okay, Fortanix DSM SaaS. This can serve as a hardware security module with security as a service. So you can look at here Fortanix DSM SaaS, Data Security Manager, right? What it can do, you can, it's over to you. You can even try it. It provides integrated data security with encryption, multi-cloud key management, so it can keep it for multiple clouds, tokenization, and other capabilities from one platform delivered as a service. Simple, straightforward. Okay, and you can integrate this with any cloud platform. Okay, so you can see here in HSM as a service, hardware security module as a service. Other options include using Tails and other vendors, but Fortanix is a very easy vendor to work with. With that, we are reaching the last stage of this chapter as to how to. So we've covered all this part. How, I talked about your data retention policy, and I will show you something on that part. And finally, data destruction policy. Now let's cover data destruction here. As a part of your data purging or destruction policy, how do you delete data? That should be mentioned there. How do you delete data on the cloud? The best option is crypto shredding. So by doing this, so what is crypto shredding? Crypto shredding is a technique. Shredding is a technique where you deliberately or intentionally lose the encryption key. And since you lose the encryption key, you lose the ability to recover your data or decrypt your data. That's one easy technique to do that. The other techniques are formatting and all those techniques. Yep, exactly, Deepankar. Lose the encryption key, right? Now I'll try and show you something on this part. Let me see if I can show you something on the data retention side. So there's something else, policies. Data retention policy. Now, what I want to do is just give me a second, okay, guys. Let me highlight this a little bit. You can see here, is there a way to expand this part? Okay, maybe I'll just expand this. Just give me a second. Maybe I'll have to. So you can see here, there is something called as record retention schedule. Do you see this part? This is known as record retention schedule. And the record retention schedule, why you want to retain data in the policy, it defines that there are two kinds of records, temporary records and permanent records. So we can talk about what kind of data in intellectual property data is kept up to 8 years, data associated tax payments, marketing and sales data up to 8 years, press releases for 8 years, any record obtained via third parties or clients, unless not specified, will be retained up to 7 years, after which it will be deleted. So this is, you delete the data as per, you maintain the archival records as per your record retention, okay? Right? So you can, because I think next time when you come around, probably we'll share something. I mean, these are my organizations, this thing, but we can definitely share something on that part, templates. Don't worry about that. It's easy, okay? It's pretty easy. All right, so we'll share something on that part, right? So I hope now you got a sense of, you have to specify something called as a record retention schedule. What kind of data? So you can see here, SEBI regulations says that we need to retain the data up to 8 years. It's very well documented in the policy. So how long your records are going to be kept is as per regulations and as per the domain in which you are and as per certain guidelines. And your organization can also have your own guidelines. It's a combination of all those factors, and you retain or archive data up to that long period. Okay? Is this part clear to everyone? Everyone clear with the record retention schedule, how long you retain the data, how should you retain the data? Is that part clear, everyone? Just a quick recap. Yeah, final thing I want to cover, okay? One final piece here that I want to cover here which is very important, is so you make sure that you take my notes. Obviously in the slides also it's there. A lot of things are there. Pretty much similar things. We talk about data security. I've covered that entirely. Okay, so DLP, data security in cloud, all these things, right? Now, you want to DAM. This is known as database activity monitoring. There are two things to it, related to it right now. Because we are talking about data, that's just why it's important. And UEBA, User Entity Behavior Analytics. This is an important part to discuss. Now, DAM talks about, now let's say you have different kinds of users in your databases, different kinds of users. You have a ETL user. So you could have, let's say, a ETL underscore user. You could have a reporting user who is just, you could have a BI analyst, right? Analyst, and other different kinds of roles, different kinds of database roles. Now, if assume that a reporting user starts deleting data from your database tables, is that normal behavior? Is that a reflection of normal behavior or not? Is that a reflection of normal or abnormal behavior? Is that a reflection of normal or abnormal behavior? What's your take on this? It is abnormal, because reporting user is supposed to only read data. Reporting user is supposed to only read data. Only read data. Now, your DAM tools can profile database user activity. They can profile them, what kind of activities they perform. what is the regular activity of this? And if they see, if DAM tools see a deviation from regular activity, it will raise an alert to the administrator. So this is where DAM tools are pretty useful. I hope this part is clear. And examples of DAM tools include IBM Guardian, Imperva, SecureSphere, and what else? Sunrise data monitoring. These are examples of your DAM tools. UEBA is similar to this. UEBA is used in conjunction with SIM tools. Now, UEBA tools in DAM tools for profiling database activity, UEBA tools profile every kind of user activity. Every kind of user activity for which user has access. And once a UEBA tool finds a deviation from normal user pattern, it generates an alarm and alerts the administrator of an anomaly situation. UEBA and SIM tools combo is found in ExaBeam SIM. You have ExaBeam, which is a very popular SIM tool, as well as Securonics Sniper tool. Is this part understood, everyone? The question now is, you need a combination of SIM with UEBA. Just a SIM tool will not give you enough. You need to profile, you need to know what the internal tool for insider threats, you need UEBA tools. So use SIM tools that have UEBA capability. SIM tools that have UEBA capability. That's the answer. And the good ones are ExaBeam, Securonics. They are pretty nice tools.
So see, whenever you shift your workloads to clouds, you need to check the legal boundaries. Legals means whether it supports the law of the land. First thing is law of the land. When I say law of the land, every country has certain kind of rule. So whether that country is satisfying, whether you should move your workloads or data to the cloud or not. So this legal things, right? This will check your geographical barrier. I have told you, right? I have explained so many times. Whenever your data is getting stored in cloud, you never have any idea where it is getting stored. Let's say you pick a Asia region, or you picked, India region. In that case, wherever it is storing the data, you don't have any idea about it. Now, let's say region-wise failover happened. Like in India, one region, you have one region in Europe. In that case, if you have a failover, then your data will shift from India to Europe and Europe to India, vice versa, isn't it? So in that case, whether your legal perspective support all this kind of failover or not, we'll check in the legal thing. Now, is there any question on this? Why we are going to read legal today? Whenever you are saying legal, right? Whether your legal constraint is satisfying. So whenever I am saying legal, there are two type of legal things you need to keep in your mind. One is from your company. Now, when I say one is from your company, who defines the legal perspective? How you define the legal perspective? Your policies, company's policies. If your policy says you should not move your data from India region to European region, then you shall not do. That's the first thing. Now, second one is your regulatory. Regulatory means it is an institution from the government side. They give certain kind of policies or guidelines you need to follow whenever you are moving any of the workload to the cloud. Okay. When I say your company is in India, you are dealing with some of the employees in India. You have many employees in India in different part of them. You are storing or processing the PII or PHI information of those employee, and you are sending it or storing in the cloud. So in that case, whether your regulatory concern or regulatory regulatory authorities or regulatory guidelines you are satisfying or following or not. I'll give one example on this matter. If you are staying in India capital, New Delhi, there was a rule which came up in early 2010 saying women should not work after 2008, after 8 p.m. They should not work after 8 p.m. in the office. So now this is a regulatory guidelines from the government, or you can say it is a guidelines from the government. Now, whenever your company is dealing with the so if they are having like 90% of workforce of women, in that case they need to worry about that, isn't it? So whether your legal will play significant role whenever you are dealing with any kind of data when you are processing to cloud. Why? Because cloud doesn't have any kind of restriction, any kind of barrier, or any kind of geographical restriction where they were going to store, process, or available of your data. Is it clear to everybody why we are going to read the legal part of this? Now, next one is a risk. Now you are moving your data to cloud. When you are moving to your data to cloud, you are just offloading the risk, or you are just handing over your different kind of sensitive data to the cloud. So whenever you are moving those data to cloud, what is your risk appetite? When I say risk appetite, like risk appetite is kind of how much your risk acceptance level, like how much you can lose, how much you can tolerate if there would be any sorts of breaches or losses or attack would happen. In that case, how much you are entitled, your company is entitled to accept those kind of risk. So in risk, we'll see whether the risk, whatever you are having when you are moving the workload to cloud, whether that is acceptable, or there are various way you can address the risk. When I say various way, one is risk transfer, one is risk acceptance, one is called risk evidence, one is called risk rejection. Please note, risk rejection is not an option for your management. Although that terminology is there, I'll explain why it is not an option for your management. I'm going to explain that. Okay. These are the risk factor. Whenever you are moving any type of data to the cloud, what is your risk appetite level? That would define your company, that would be defined by the company policies, procedures, guidelines. All these things would be defined how much risk you can bear or you can accept when the data would be in the cloud. Is it clear? Is it clear for everybody or not? That I did not name it. There is one more terminology is there. Residual risk, don't confuse with that. I'll come back to that. Residual risk and all this, we'll come back to that. We'll take 1 hour in risk and legal part, okay? And rest we'll take in compliance. Now, this is all about risk, what we are going to read today. Guys, there are 90 slides in this domain, but I'm going to give some new information, some additional information regarding the risk, because if you don't know your risk, how you are going to attend the exam, you will not able to follow it. Now the last part is compliance. When I say compliance, whether the cloud provider where you are moving your data, are they compliant? Are they going to process your data in a compliant way? When I say compliant, there are different kind of compliance they need to. Your company is card, process your company dealing with the credit cards, whether they are PCI DSS compliant or not. Your company is dealing with health informations. Are they compliant with HIPAA? All these things you need to make sure whether your cloud provider is compliant or not. This is all about this domain. This is all about the restriction. This is all about the how much scope you have. This is all about how you can move your data to cloud. There is no technicality I'm not going to explain here, because it's all about the standards, guidelines, procedures, and all about it. Any questions from anyone? So articulate legal requirements and unique risk within the cloud environment. Okay. So if you see here, when you are trying to understand the legal requirement in the cloud environment, we need to focus few important things. These are the few important factor you need to consider whenever you are, from the legal perspective, you are moving your data to the cloud. See, conflicting international legislations, evaluation of legal risk specific to cloud computing, legal framework guidelines, eDiscovery, forensic requirement. I have discussed many things about eDiscovery, but today also we'll have a look about all this. Now, conflicting international legislations. See, guys, I'll just give a brief about why international legislation, this thing are coming up, right? See, every country, right, they have certain kind of restriction or laws or certain kind of barriers. Like in US, right, there are several kind of laws like copyright law. This copyright, patent, everything comes under the intellectual property. So what do you mean intellectual property? If you have developed something, now whether it should stay with you or it should go to the public, that would be defined with the intellectual property. Like McDonald's, right? They have developed the special sauce through which if you eat that McD burger, right, you will feel another time that you should eat that burger again. Okay, because right, the way they lure with that sauce, you will eat that burger again. But if they will tell you the secret formula of that sauce, you can able to prepare it at your home. Will you go to the store? No. So in that case, whether MACD should, distribute their formula or they should keep, or is there any certain kind of legal restriction or legislation restriction through which they can keep with them? So in US, there are many laws are there, like copyright law, patent law, trademarks, and trade secret. All these 4 different laws are there to address like who should keep what kind of invention or patent of anyone. Okay. So below are the list of possible source of international legislation conflict that we must keep in mind when dealing with the legal techniques in cloud, like copyright law. I have explained what is copyright law. So copyright means, let's say right, like if I do any kind of invention or any kind of let's say I sang a song and I know how to sing that song. I have composed that and I have sang that. So in that case, that's my copyright. So you should not copy that way. Then you should not say that I have developed this type of lyrics for the song. That's my right because I developed that. Let's say you have done some certain kind of artistic work. In that case, that is your work, not everybody's work. So these are the laws which will restrict you how you can process your data. Now, similarly, let's say company data is.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has an advanced certification in cybersecurity course in collaboration with E and ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts to help you master all the skills necessary for getting your dream job in cybersecurity field. Reach us out to know more about this course.
Is their data, their patent, their inventions, everything whenever they are moving to the cloud, they need to check the legal restrictions or whether they are moving that particular invention or copyright things to different country or whether it is moving to different country or not. So these things you need to see whether if you're moving in the cloud, whether those things are getting followed or not. Okay. So whenever we'll talk about GDPR, you need to think about two things. One is data processor and one is data controller. Okay. Now, when I say these two terms, you need to understand very carefully. So let's say a company is in European Union and they like company called HSBC, and they are taking data from the Europe and they are keeping the data in their database here, okay, in Europe. Now, whenever their data is in Europe, they are following GDPR rule, isn't it? Now, in this case, HSBC is your data controller, okay? Now, HSBC want a software like KYC development, KYC software to be developed from India. See, India is here, another location, okay? Now, in that case, whenever they need to develop a KYC documentation, they need to supply those data to India people. Maybe somewhere in the data would be in Bangalore or somewhere. So in that case, let's say they have given a contract to Wipro. It's a service company. In that case, Wipro would be your data processor. Okay. Now, whenever the data comes here, right, Wipro, being it India or UK, wherever they develop their European Unions, wherever they process the European Union data, they need to follow the GDPR principle. Is this clear or no? Wherever they will develop the data and wherever they will process those data in any continent of the world, they have to follow GDPR. This data controller's responsibility is to make sure that this data processor is following GDPR principle. If they are not following, then this data controller would be held liable if any kind of losses or any kind of hacks or any kind of misplace of the data, they will be fined heavily. It's not like very small way. Okay, millions of dollars they need to pay. See, if your data is coming back to India, right, whoever moving the data to India, right, they need to make sure that that particular company is following the GDPR. Those people you would have seen, right, in your company, if you have worked on a big four company, right, they what they do, they have a closed room projects. When I say closed room project, only certain people are allowed to go into that room. They cannot carry the mobiles. They cannot carry any kind of pen drive or something, because they would have a strict restriction to follow, abide by the rule. Okay, so if data is coming anywhere, they need to follow the GDPR principle. Is that clear or no? Now, cloud computing can be subject to several legal risks. When coming up the legal strategy, these specific laws would be thought of very carefully. Many of the laws, many of the locations specific, we need to take that into consideration. All possible mitigation using certification, regulatory compliance should be considered carefully. Now, legal framework and guidelines. Guys, we'll go a little faster this way because this is very theoretical. The main concept would be there in risk, okay? We'll go a little faster. Legal framework and guidelines. See, there are several legal frameworks and guidelines which may help in dealing with legal issues surrounding cloud computing. See, depending on the geographic and judicial location of the users and cloud service infrastructure, different legal guidelines may apply. For instance, if your operation are located in European Union, then EU data protection may apply. Like we discussed, right? If your data is in European Union, you need to follow that country's rule. If your data is in US, you need to follow the US rule only, not India rule. Is that clear to everybody or no? So now there are several legal framework and guidelines which may help in dealing with the legal issues surrounding cloud computing. In short, EU directive, this one, instead of protect data privacy rights in EU citizen, these guidelines focus on quality of data, legitimacy of the data processing, special processing categories, the data subject, data access right, etc. So EU directives 9546 and it is EC, they prescribe some kind of guidelines where they focus on data privacy. Like how you can, instead of focus on data privacy, they are focusing on what is the quality of data, whether data is processing legitimately or illegitimately somebody is processing. Special processing categories is are you putting that data subject, data access right, etc. They are checking thoroughly. Okay, that's a standard. Now there are several legal framework and guidelines which may help dealing with legal issues surrounding cloud computing. Also, better deal with the legal and privacy related process. There are few legal framework which you can take a look at. For example, like yesterday we discussed, ACFSP Economic Cooperation Privacy Framework, EPIC. The goal of this framework is to promote consistency of approach to information privacy protection. These are the legal frameworks are available related to different countries, not only APAC. For Australia, there is Australian laws and regulation is there. So meanwhile, while going through the slide, right, we'll go through the book also. Some of the things we'll go through the books. Okay, so there are two chapters for this. Those legal things are there. See, this is Australian Privacy Act 1988. What this is: transparency in handling personal information, the rules of collecting information from the solicitations, correctness and integrity of collection data. If you are dealing with any Australian data, you should follow this. See, because the Australian Privacy Act meets all requirement of the EU GDPR, Australian entities are allowed to collect and create PII and EU citizens. You can see this, somebody was saying, right? You cannot transfer the data of European Union to Australia or India. If you are following your EU GDPR rule, then you can follow or process the data or access the data of EU citizen. Okay. In Canada also we have something, Canada's Personal Information Protection Electronic Document Act. Also, they are also, if you see, right, they also follow the GDPR principle and they can also entitled to access, handle EU citizens PII. Now, there are several legal framework guidelines which may help dealing with legal issues surrounding cloud computing. This framework based on the principle preventing harms, collecting information, notice, use of personal information. See, these framework or principle, right? Those principles are, derived from GDPR. If you see in GDPR from the, from the principle, right? Those principles are, inherited from GDPR. When I say notice, that means if you are taking any personal informations or you are dealing with any personal information, you shall notice that personal that I am going to deal with your data. You should take a consent from that person saying, I'm going to deal with your data. Okay, those things, those principles you should follow whenever your data would be in cloud. Now, there are several legal frameworks and guidelines which may help in dealing with the legal issues surrounding cloud computing. The framework based on the principle called integrity of personal information, choice, safeguard, accountability, access and corrections. These are the 9 principles. Okay, these are the 9 principles through which you can you can try to like 4 here, 5 here. Those are the 9 principles through which you can deal with the legal issue when data would be in cloud. Okay, so when I say integrity of personal informations, let's say if you are keeping any personal information in the cloud, the integrity, there should not be any modification of that particular choice, particular data. Now, when you are putting the data of any person to the cloud, and in that point of time, if that person says, no, I don't want my data to go into cloud, so you should give a choice to the user to, whether they should opt out or they should opt in. Okay, accountability, all these things. So if you are putting the data into the cloud, if that data got breached in the cloud, in that case, whom they should be held liable or accountable for that. Okay. So all these 9 principles are there. You need to remember from the exam perspective, but those 9 principles, if you see, most of them are, derived from GDPR principle only. Okay. There are several legal framework and guidelines which may help in dealing with legal issues surrounding cloud computing. These guidelines and frameworks are there help to people dealing with legal matters. These are highly subjective to geographic location and judicial bound that apply to a particular data center. You need to do your due diligence in understanding what legal guidelines and framework are important for us to understand. By the way, what is due diligence? Data gathering. Okay. So if you are moving any kind of data to the cloud, you should do your due diligence, understand the legal guidelines or frameworks before onboarding the data into the cloud. Okay. Now eDiscovery. eDiscovery stands for electronic discovery. So let's say there was there's something like some kind of hack or some kind of losses or some kind of issues in the cloud. In that case, how you will discover those data. Okay. See, eDiscovery involves, when I say eDiscovery, see, eDiscovery refers to any process in which electronic data is sought, located, and secured and searched with intent of using it as evidence in civil or criminal legal issues. Are you able to follow this particular definition, or you want further explanation from my end? See, let's say this is your web application in the cloud, and it was hacked, or it happened some kind of it got a malware attack, or it is malware you poised. In that case, you need certain data to be collected to produce the data to the court, or to produce into certain kind of forum where you can prove that this person has done this. So in order to do that, what you will do? You will do a collection or gathering the data from that particular server, right? In order to collect data, do the gathering of data in a secure way, the process what we will follow, that is called eDiscovery, electronically discovery process. Is that clear? eDiscovery involves following main steps: identification, preservations, collections, and processing and review. Say, when I say identification, you need to find out where your data is lying and how you can, get the data. See, data that is potentially relevant to case identified, along with the location, custodian, size, and volume, etc. So in that case, you need to identify the data. Now I have a question here. What do you mean data custodian? Whenever, right, I have taught you, right, how data lifecycle works, right? When any kind of data got created, it generally assigned, or it generally created by the data owners. So they are ultimate responsible for your data. Now, why I'm saying this? Whenever your data is in cloud, if it is lost over there, or if it has been hacked by somebody else, then in that case, the data owner of the data would be ultimately responsible for the loss or damage or any kind of malfunctioning of the data. Please remember that. Okay. Now, data custodian, who handles the data, that is not 100% correct answer. Whenever data owner is not capable of doing certain kind of jobs to maintain the data, they outsource the activities or the job roles to somebody which is known as data custodian, like taking the backups, maintaining the servers, or any kind of the supplementary work. Whenever they assign to somebody, that person is known as data custodian. Is it clear to everybody? Now you identified the data. Now you preserve the data. The identified is placed under a legal hold, starting the formalized forensic process. Okay. Now, after preservation, you will do collection of the data. Data is collected from the original custodian typically by physically removing the original digital storage media. Now, processing. Forensic bit copies are stored in the form that allows them to be searched, analyzed in the form that is relevant in this case, using suitable forensic tool and platforms. Then at the last, you will do a review. But if you go back to your book, right, eDiscovery, they are not saying any process. You see here, there is eDiscovery is here. This is what they said. So what they are saying here, if you go through this, I have already gone through these books many times. They are saying whenever you discover any kind of data, you make sure that chain of custody and non-reputation of the data should be there. When I say chain of custody, do you know what is chain of custody, guys? All are correct, but I will show you one of the image. Then it would be very easy for you. So this is chain of custody. You can see, you would have seen, right, in the movies and all, who is handling what kind, who is receiving and who is handling the data. So this will give a clear picture in this period to this period, who has received the data, who have handled the data. In that case, it will give a clear picture. Page would be stick into that computer saying, that this particular data was processed or handled by those peoples. Okay, that is chain of custody. And saying non-reputation, if somebody has altered or accessed the data, he cannot deny. These 2 points they are saying. There is nothing mentioned in the book. We have given in the slides that how the that preservation and everything happens. Okay, but if you go to CISSP class, right, I will show you. If I will be the teacher, I will show you how it has a framework to do the eDiscovery. It's a very long framework. Okay, clear, guys? Now, forensic requirement. Any question before going to that? Any question? Now, forensic requirement. For proper cloud security, we must understand, accommodate cloud forensic operation. It has several considerations, such as cloud forensic is a subset of digital forensic based on the unique approach to investigate cloud environment. Cloud service providers have servers around the world to host computer data. When severe incident happen, legal jurisdiction and laws that govern the region present unique challenges. So I will have a question. I'll ask one question right now. Now, proper cloud security must accommodate cloud forensic operation. It has several considerations. A court order issue in jurisdiction where data center resides will likely to not be applicable to jurisdiction for a different host in another country. In modern cloud service provider environments, the customer can choose the region in which the data will reside and should be chosen carefully. Now I'll have one more question. That is one question number one. The second question is, that Microsoft data centers are in ocean, in some kind of deep sea. In that case, if it doesn't fall any particular region or country, then how, if something happens over there, then which law and regulation would be applied? Okay, that is the second question. So these type of questions you will never think that in CCSP they will be asking. Okay, so in past SaaS service model, customer must depend upon the cloud service provider for access to logs, as they do not have control over hardware. Okay, now do some investigation at the background and come back on Monday. Okay, next week, 1 hour. Okay, now privacy issue in the cloud usually stem from misunderstanding or incorrect implementation for one of the following ideas. Like difference between contractual and regulated private data, country specific legislation and related to private data, and jurisdictional difference in data privacy and standard privacy requirement. Based on those factors, right, you always contract it, like whether the privacy has been contracted or it has been misunderstanding or incorrect implementation of the data. So now we'll talk about difference between contractual and regulatory privacy data. Now, when I say contractual or regulatory private data might seem the same, but they are different and need to be treated differently. So contractual private data is data that for which all parties are contractually bound to only work with provided data in legal restricted manner, which means the only operation specified in contract which is agreed upon by the all parties can be performed on the data by the parties involved. Is it clear, or this is very straightforward? If you're not able to understand, you let me know. Whatever the contractual obligation you have, you will only legally able to do that kind of modification. If you are not contractually your contract is that you should not modify the data, then you should not do that. But in case of you are violating your contractual agreement, then you will be held liable for that. Okay. Now, contractual
this same thing will not be applicable on your earlier question. Like whatever the contract whoever has.
No, that you need to tell me next week. I don't want to disclose now. On the other hand, a regulated private data is defined as data that requires implementation for specific privacy or security safeguard adopted by federal, state law, organization, policy agreement. Okay. See, if you want me to go through those slides, then it would be a little boring. If you want to pick some good topics to explain more times, I can do that way. Okay, because these are very straightforward. If I'll read, you will read, then you will understand the concept. Okay, but it is up to you. This means that data can only worked, stored, retrieved under very specific condition by authorized people. So whenever your contractual obligation saying that these sorts of people can access the data, if they are beyond that, if somebody able to access somebody else is accessing your data, then in case you are violating the contractual agreement. Like I'll tell you one example. Let's say your data is stored in AWS and you have set up people you have allowed to access the data. Now AWS given as a out of band path to access those data. In that case, the contractual violation is happening. Okay. In that case, it would be a problem. Okay. Now, next one, country specific legislation related to privacy data. Okay. Okay. Let me skip this particular slides, 2-3 slides here. I'll come here, then because that is very basic thing. Now, we'll see this standard privacy requirement. So, depending on the geographic location, there may be several guidelines, regulation, and practices which you may need to follow. Here are the 3 guidelines which you need to follow. One is GAP, okay. One is GDPR. One is ISO IS 27018. See, we'll read about that. So all these particular 3 rules, right, or 3 different regulation is support the privacy information, because this is a standard for privacy requirement. If you are processing any kind of private data, then in the cloud you should follow one of these major standard requirements. Okay. Now what ISO IES 27018 says, the document establishes commonly accepted control objective, controls, and guidelines of implementing measures to protect PII for the public cloud computing environment. The objective of this document is to assist the cloud service customer and the public cloud PII processor in entering into a contractual agreement. The guideline in this document can also relevant to organization acting as a PII controller. So you know, right? Controller versus processor. You have any doubt on that part? Now, GAP is there. GAP is generally accepted privacy principle. Is a framework that intended to assist chartered accountant and certified public accountant in creating and effecting a privacy program for managing and preventing privacy risk. See, the framework was developed by the AICPA This AICPA was later developed something called SOC report, which is very interesting. I will take at least 10 minutes to explain SOC report. You will at least see 4 to 5 questions in CCSP exam regarding the SOC report. SOC report, if you are working with the cloud environment in your organization, SOC is very much, SOC report plays significant role, right? SOC has 3 label. One is SOC 1, SOC 2, and SOC 3. Okay, I'll explain in a detailed way about those things. Don't worry about that. Okay, and this SOC was developed by the AICPA. So what AICPA? AICPA is a board in the US. They said, like, if you are a private, if you are a service organization, in that case, how you should be contractually abide, or how you will tell your customer saying we are following this particular framework. So you need to tell, like somebody was saying, right, why can't 10 customer in cloud be following one country's rule? It's not like that. In case of SOC report, if you are having one SOC report, then you are entitled to provide the service by seeing that particular report. I'll go through in a detail. It was developed by the AICPA. Okay. Now GAP is a framework, was previously known as AICPA CISA privacy framework. It is founded on single privacy principle, or personally identifiable information must be collected, used, retained, and disclosed in compliance with the commitments in the entity's privacy notice within the criteria set out by GAP issued by AICPA and CPA. SASE 18 and this one, see, SASE 18 engagement are commonly referred to service organization control audits. They come in 3 forms, but I can show you somewhere they have mentioned it is already, see here. Now next one is GDPR. The General Data Protection Regulation is a regulation in EU law on data protection privacy. That is, you know, right? It also addresses transfer of personal data. You see, somebody was saying how whether you are able to transfer the data or not. It's here. You can transfer the data. Okay. The GDPR primary aim is to give individual control over personal data and simplify the regulatory environment for international regions by unifying regulation within the EU. See, GDPR 2016 has 11 chapters concerning general provisioning, principal right of data subject, duties of data controller processor, transferring the personal data to third parties, supervisory authority, cooperating among member states, remedies, liabilities, penalties, everything was miscellaneous. Everything was part of the GDPR. Yeah. Any question on that part?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has an advanced certification in cybersecurity course in collaboration with E and ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts to help you master all the skills necessary for getting your dream job in cybersecurity field. Reach us out to know more about this course.
Now, next one is understanding audit processes, methodologies, and required adoption for cloud environment. See, auditing is a cloud computing is very important. If you're not doing auditing, then you are not, doing the accountability part of the, you are not, finding anyone who is doing any kind of wrong. Okay. There are several aspects of that we need to understand. Internal and external audit controller, impact and audit controllers requirements, identify assurance challenge and virtualization in cloud, type of audit report, where it will come, then restriction of audit scope requirement, gap analysis, audit planning, ISMS, and in these things we'll discuss in a detail. Now, whenever you do a audit, I'll do a quick explanation of the audit. So audit means reviewing some kind of activities. Okay. Now, when you do a reviewing, you can do the review in 2 ways. One is internal auditor, through an internal auditor, then one is external auditor, and one is called third party auditors. Okay. Third party auditors. Now, when I say internal auditors, every company, they have some kind of internal auditor who they do their audits to their data. So internal audits is always cheaper in cost because you can hire somebody for your organization, then he can do the audit for your organization. Now, when you do an internal audit, there is a problem. The problem is known as conflict of interest. Let's say I am reviewing your department's data. In that case, you are my I know you very well because you are my you are my best friend. In that case, I can do a favor to you. I shall not highlight the concerning stuff to the management. So that's why internal audit is not a uh, bulletproof way of doing auditing to your organization data. Now, next, any question to internal audit? Until you audit from external auditor, if my board of director is producing my company's audit report, which is done by the internal auditor, will you, being a investigator, investor perspective, will you spend some money over there? You will not trust their internal auditor, right? That is one more case also. Conflict of interest is a major drawback for the internal auditors. Although they report to board of director, I can lure somebody. Being a friend, if my wife is working in different department, she's a HOD of that department, she has done some mistake. Will I do any kind of highlight to those things? Am I going to send throw my wife under the bus? No, never. So that is conflict of interest. That's a huge conflict of interest issue is there. That's why internal audits is not a bulletproof way of doing auditing of any data. Okay. Now external audit. When I say external audit, that can be also collude. In that case, you can pay some money to external auditor to give a false report. But in that case, you need to pay some money. But in internal audit, it's conflict of interest. I don't like Vikrant. Then I will ruin his audit report. I'll give all the misinformation to the bosses. But it won't happen if you're calling some external auditor to do the auditing to your organization. Now, whenever government sends to do a audit to your organization, whether you are following the regulatory guidance or not, that will be comes under regulatory audit. If you are doing a audit with the external parties, like I will onboard my PwC or Big Four companies to do my compliance audit, my audit to my data, they will do that. That is external audit. Now coming back to third party audit. Third party audit is a different terminology. So when I say third party audit, see, all the service organization, right? They provides, like cloud providers, this AWS, those Azure, they provide services to different sorts of organizations. They provide to healthcare, they provide to financial organization, they provide to different kind of organization in the market. Let's say AWS has 1,000 company, 1,000, they're providing service to 1,000 companies. Now those 1,000 companies, they will ask, I want to do audit of your environment before I will do a onboarding of my data to your environment. Do you think these guys will have that much time to assign their engineers or their auditors to get aligned with the customers? That is not possible. So to simplify this process, AICPA, which I was discussing priorly, they have developed some kind of process that is called SASE 18. That's why I was saying SASE 18 is old. That SASE 18 was doing the auditing for the service provider organization. Now later on, I have read in the book, SASE 18 was later point of time, they were known as SOC report, service organization report, or whatever was the full form used at that time. So what they do, they provide three kind of report to any of the service organization. One is SOC 1, one is SOC 2, one is SOC 3. Please understand, this is very important for exam perspective. You will see 5 to 6 questions from this. when I say SOC 1, right? SOC 1 is nothing but it is a report which will help to investors perspective. Let's say if I provide this report to anyone, right? For any customer, it doesn't hold any value for my customer, but this report will hold certain value to the investor. If somebody want to invest in my organization, they will go with this particular report and they will see, yes, this report, this company is doing well, I can invest some kind of money over there. Again, SOC 1 has two report here. One is called type 1, another one is called type 2. When I say type 1, any kind of report in SOC, right? If it is type 1, that is mean point of time. Like I will send a auditor to AWS to do a audit of their security environment. When they will go to do the audit, they will talk to AWS solution architect over there, and they will say, we follow this thing, we follow that thing. Without checking the effectiveness of their controls, they will give a report that is known as SOC 1 type 1. Okay.
Well,
Now that is type 1 report. That is moment of time. That is point of time. Like this is for this particular time I have checked, and this is a report is only this report validity is only for that moment of time. Now type 2, it will again check the effectiveness of the controls, security parameters and measures they will test it, and that has some kind of validity like 6 months or 12 months kind of things. That is your SOC 1 type 2 and type 2 report. Now you can ask me a question. In SOC 2, if you are you are a customer, then this report is always always acceptable or always validate valuable for you. Again, you can see this. Yeah, see, SOC 2 report review control relevant of security. It SOC 2 report, right? This SOC 2 report based on the five principle. One is called security, availability, processing, integrity, and confidentiality or privacy. Based on these five perimeters, they will test the controls. If they are testing the control for a moment, like a verbal testing, like I will interact with AWS architect, he will say all this thing. In that case, I'll provide something called type 1 report. Okay. Now SOC 2 type 1. SOC 2 type 2, if you see here, if I'll test, see, in case of type 2, on the other hand, truly thorough review of the target controls, including how they have been implemented, how their privacy efficacy over a period of time, usually several months. So SOC 2 type 2 is a gold mine for the cloud customers. But please remember this SOC 2 type 2. They give a detailed report of the security controls of the cloud provider. But before handing over the SOC 2 report to the any kind of customer, cloud provider and cloud customer, they get into a agreement that is called NDA agreement, that if I'll provide this report, you will not share to anyone in the world. Okay. So that is called your SOC 2 type 2. Now there is one more report called SOC 3. SOC 3 again, type 1 type 2 is there. Similar, it is point of time, point of name. But SOC 3 is a report which you can publicly publish it. It doesn't hold any kind of detailed information. It is a report by the auditor with a stamping saying, I've done the testing. This is the best level of security they are providing. So that is all about SOC 1, SOC 2, and SOC 3. So a type of audit report, one is SASE, one is SOC, one is ISAE. So SASE is a standard for statement of standard for attestation or engagement. It is an audit standard for a service organization produced by American institution AICPA. This standard is used to produce system organization controls SOC reports. So SASE is used to produce system organizational reports. Okay. Now another SOC I have already explained, ISAE standards for internal standard and assurance engagement. International standard and assurance or engagement is an international assurance standard that prescribes SOC reports, which gives assurance to the organization, customer, and service user that service organization has adequate internal control is there. So ISAE. Okay. So there are several restrictions of auditing in cloud computing, such as rely on experts, efficiency of management. Yes, if you don't have experts, then you are not able to do the audit properly. Like an auditor has to rely on experts like engineers, values, lawyers, and estimation and valuation fixed assets, and estimate of the contingent liabilities. So if I'm sending an auditor to your organization, then he has to engage with the right person to get the right sort of the data. Efficiency of management. An auditor does not comment on the efficiency of management working in the client organization. So no comments on further performance of the an organization can be made through the audited financial statement. Okay. So these are the restrictions. Checking, there are several restrictions, or like checking all transaction, additional financial burdening. All these things are not easy to detect some frauds. So these are the restrictions they will follow. They will face when they will go to do the auditing in the cloud environment. See, checking all transaction. It is not possible for an auditor to check all business transaction, especially in big organization where the number of transaction is very high. An auditor has to rely on the sampling and test checking, because when auditors is coming, he is coming for a limited period of time. If it is a very big organization where they have a lot of transaction, in that case it is very difficult for them to do to review the complete transaction. Instead of that, they will do the sample review. Additional financial burden. An organization has to bear additional financial burden on account of any fees and other such expenses for conducting an audit, because auditing, whenever you are hiring a third party audit or somebody, or if you're hiring any external auditor, they charge a lot of money, way more than any kind of internal employees. Okay. Not easy to detect some frauds. Auditors, right, they come for a limited period of time. Like it is not easy for them to go deep dive, do a deep dive to go get into your detailed analysis of the data to find out any kind of fraud or any kind of issue with your data. Okay. Now gap analysis, it's a very good concept. When I say gap analysis, anybody knows what is gap analysis here? Gap analysis, I will explain in one terminology, like what you expect, and what you are getting now. The gap between what you are getting and what you are supposed to get, that the difference between these two, right, that is known as gap analysis. Like I am entitled to get 100 vCPU, but I'm getting 80 vCPU right now. I'm not getting 20 vCPU right now. That is my gap. Now when I say gap analysis, see the present state versus the target state. I have a target state to be reached 10 billion, but I am still in 8 billion, so that the gap is 2 billion. Okay. So if you see here, a gap analysis is a method of assessing the difference in performance between the business information system and software applications to determine whether the business requirements are being met, and if not, what steps would need to be taken to ensure that we are meeting the successfully. Gap refers to the space between where we are and where we want to be. Okay. Let's say a gap analysis may also be referred as the needs analysis, needs assessment, or need gap analysis. There are several tool frameworks such as McKinsey's 7S framework, which can be used for gap analysis. Okay. This concept is not there in book. If you will go to the domain 6, this concept is not there. Okay. Now next one is audit planning. How you will plan the audit in your organization. A audit plan is a specific guidelines to be followed when conducting an audit. It helps to auditor to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence for circumstances, helps keeps audit cost at a reasonable level, and helps audit misunderstanding with the clients. The auditor plans to perform an audit in an efficient, in timely manner. So how do you plan the audit? So whenever a audit is being planned, right, in that case, the first thing is you need to have a proper approval from the management level. First thing. Second thing, you should have a budget allocated. Whenever you will get a approval from management, you have a budget to do the audit also. Okay. Knowledge of client business. So when you are going for the audit, what you should have, what are the procedure you should follow? Knowledge of client's business, which include financial, legal framework, government norms, investigator, accounting policy, business risk, everything you should have. Development of audit strategy over plan, who, when, how, preparation of audit program. Then you are ready to do the audit. So how you will do the audit planning for the organization? Any question on this part, guys? See, internal information security management system, that is ISMS. See, in ISMS is a set of policy. It contains set of policies and procedures or systematically managing organization sensitive data. Many companies follow this particular policies. In order to develop the policy, they follow this particular standard. The goal of ISMS is to minimize risk and ensure business continuity by proactively limiting the impact of security breach. Okay, the goal of ISMS to minimize the risk, ensure business continuity by proactively limiting the impact of security breach. Okay, let's not talk about system. Now tell me, what do we know of policies? A set of rules which was created by the organization or business owner or data owner, which need to followed based on the organization risk appetite. Okay, see, a audit, so it is talking about a different thing, but policies are like, those policies are generally prepared by the business owner, and that is the ultimate rule book for everybody, whoever working for the organization, they need to follow. Okay, now an audit policy defines account limit for set of user, one or more resources. It comprise, what are the policy? It says it comprise rules that define the limits of policy, workflows, process, and violation after they occur. This policy may be grouped in several level of groups, such as organized policies are three types again: organizational, functional, and cloud computing. Okay, these groups can have different audit requirement, different auditor as well. Okay, so how will involve different stakeholder when you are when you are doing any kind of work in the auditing process? Relevant stakeholder should be involved. This stakeholder must be first identified based on the resource being audited. After the identification of this stakeholder, they should be kept in loop of any relevant updates or information found during the auditing process. Active involvement of stakeholder is expected to make your auditing process successful. If you don't have stakeholders engagement to the audit process, then respective stakeholder, then your audit process is not complete. Okay, so there are several factors we need to consider when we talk about enterprise risk management in cloud computing. One is access provide risk management programs, difference between data owner and data custodian, regulatory transparency requirement, risk treatment, different risk framework, metrics of risk management, access of risk environment. Okay, now, so like every assets is endangered by the threats, and threats attack the vulnerability of the assets. Now, whenever your vulnerability is been exploited by the threat, you are being exposed, then you are in risk. Now, in order to reduce the risk, you will put the safeguard. Now, in order to understand this risk terminology, you need to understand this risk calculation, risk management are two steps. One is called quantitative, one is called qualitative. This is quantitative of way of calculating the risk. If you see here, just focus on this. One is called asset value. Now let's say a asset is valued $10,000. Now whenever a asset got exploited by the threat, it exposed by 10%. Okay, when I said 10%, every time this exposure factor will be calculated in percentage. Now if a threat expose your asset one time, how much loss you are doing at first instance, that is called asset value into exposure factor. That means in this example, 10,000 into 10 by 100. Okay, so you can just calculate this 1,000. So 1,000, if you are attacked once by the threat, you are losing $1,000. Now let's say in a year you are being attacked 3 times. Now what would be the annual loss of expectancy? $3,000. Now coming back to this, see, coming back to here. Now in order to mitigate the risk, right, you bought a this formula. Okay, number CISSP I go through in a detailed way, but we'll try to understand in a shorter way. Now in last example I said your asset value was $10,000. Now your exposure factor was 10%. Your ARO, annual rate of occurrence, is 3 times. Your ALE is 1,000. Now in that case, you bought a countermeasures. That countermeasure to reduce this annual loss expectancy to some extent. Let's say you bought a countermeasure that is cost of 2,000. Like after putting the countermeasure cost is 1,000. When you put a countermeasure, you will try to calculate the SLE and ALE ones, because you have put a countermeasure. In that case, maybe the annualized rate of occurrence would be 1 times in a year, and when it 1 times, the exposure factor might be 0.2% or something, or 0.1% or something. In that case, you will calculate the ALE and SLE again. When you will calculate the ALE SLE again, then what is the benefit you are getting with the with the countermeasure? You will equate with this formula, like ALE 1 means before the countermeasure, ALE after the countermeasure, and you will minus the countermeasure cost here to find out the value or benefit of the counter safeguard. Or you will do a cost benefit analysis to find out how much you are losing if you put any safeguard. Is this clear to everybody or no? Any question on this? Now coming back to this, if you got to know that your countermeasure is effective or not, based on that you will do certain things. 1 second, we'll do these things. You will act on the risk. When I say you will act on the risk, you will respond to the risk based on the countermeasure cost. Either you will reduce that, like if you buy the countermeasure, you will reduce the or you will mitigate the risk. But please remember, you cannot mitigate 100% risk. You can't mitigate 100% risk always. You will reduce it up to certain percentage, okay, or transfer the risk, or you will create a deterrence of the risk, like you will create a fear factor to reduce the risk, or you will avoid when I say avoid, let's say you are hosting a application and you have done the risk assessment, you found like that would be never a you have done the cost benefit analysis and you found that that would be never be a wise way to do the risk evidence. In that case, what you will do, you will do the risk evidence. You will not host the application again. a risk acceptance. Now you will get to know that after putting the countermeasure also you are losing money. So you will not never put the countermeasure, you will accept the risk. When you will do the acceptance of the risk, you will have a written agreement from management saying, I have accepted the risk. Reject or ignore the risk. You shall not reject the risk. If you are rejecting the risk, then you are doing wrong. You are not doing the due care properly. Okay. In a short, I have explained the risk appetite, which is very important for the exam perspective. Any question on this part? See, dealing with the audit regulation can be tricky, but it is very important to understand that several regulations demand high level of transparency about the data with customers. There are several, legal acts which make transparency between parties compulsory, such as Sarbanes-Oxley Act, all these things to make to regulatory transparency. Also, several guidelines require strict deadlines for sending notification in case of data breach. Like in case of GDPR, if you have breach, you need to inform within 72 hours to the respective person. If you're not doing that, you will be fined so hugely. Now you know how to calculate the risk. Now how we'll treat the risk, that we'll see. You need to treat the risk. There are 4 options they are saying as per the book, but I have shown you 7 options, right? Like risk avoidance, risk carrying, modifications, and retention. Okay, so I have already explained this. I think I shall not explain again. If you have any question, you can ask me. When I say risk transfer, that you can buy some kind of insurance to transfer your risk to a third party. Okay. Evidence, like I said, you cannot do that particular business. You will pull out your hands for that. Different risk framework, like CISSP 837, I've shown you. Risk management framework provide proven time-based technique for performing enterprise risk management. Organization can create their own risk management framework if they do not find any framework fit for their use. One of the most widely risk management framework is called NIST 837. So what risk 837 says? See, categorize information system, select security controls, implement security control, access security controls, authorize information, monitor security controls. These are the 6 steps NIST SP 837 says. First, you categorize the information, then you select the right controls, which control you need to implement. After selecting the control, you will implement security control. After that, you access security control, then authorize information system, then monitor those security control whether it is working or not. If you will not monitor those security control, then you will never able to find the effectiveness of the security controls. Now, metrics of risk management, there are 2 ways you can do metrics measurement. So, I have already explained, right? Single SLE, ALE, and all this thing, right? It's already here. So you can single loss expectancy, annual loss expectancy, through which you can measure the risk. You have any question on this part? Assessment of risk environment. When assessing risk in a cloud environment, there are 3 kinds of risk we need to consider: service risk, vendor risk, infrastructure. Let's look at one by one. What is the service risk? This risk involves a cloud service such as server and database going down. This need to be tackled using redundancy across geography area. Let's say one of the workloads is down or one availability zone is down. In that case, you can shift those workloads into another availability zone. Now, vendor risk. There are several risks involved in the cloud vendors, such as use insecure hardware and software etc. The best way to overcome of this risk to due diligence, take a look at the certification like SOC 1, SOC 2 report. SOC 2 report, you can look into that. Then you can get into know that what are the security controls they are using inside to their organization. Now, third one is infrastructure risk. Cloud computing infrastructure need to be protected from the various things such as fire, water, etc. To make sure that infrastructure is protected against these threats, make sure following guidelines related to laying out the managing cloud infrastructures, such as SAR guidelines. I am hearing this terminology first time. Okay, you can check with the infrastructure risk on that part. Understanding of outsourcing and cloud contract design. So when thinking about outsourcing and contract design, there are few terms we must ensure that we are present to contract that has been created. Like when you are doing outsourcing and cloud contract design, like you should doing the contract, you should think about this perspective: business requirement perspective, vendor management perspective, contract management, and supply chain management. So what is business requirement? Like when you are onboarding or doing a contractual agreement with any kind of service provider, you should always write your requirements through the SLA. So SLA is an agreement which specifies a particular requirement of service being provided, and also what a user is expected to do. That is your SLA through which you will do that. Okay. There is one more terminology for business requirement: master service agreement. A master service agreement, sometimes known as framework agreement, in a contract reached between parties in which the parties agreed to most of the terms that will govern future transaction or future agreements. Like what are the future agreements you will do? You will follow this master service agreement. Another one is statement of work, which is very important. A statement of work is a document which contract that describe that work requirement for a specific project along with its performance and design expectations. What you can do, what you cannot do. It will define over there. Okay. Vendor management. How we'll do the vendor management? Like when dealing with vendors, we should have clearly stated rules and restrictions vendor must agree to. Agreements should be clearly specified with the data ownership. Customers should retain even uninhibited data ownership. Vendor rights to use information is limited to activities performed on behalf of the customer. These are the like standards. There is nothing to explain actually. Now next is contract management. How will do the contract management? So when dealing with a cloud contract, we must take care several things like the SLA should be formulated well before formulated with the right metrics. The contract should be clearly defined and terms used in the contract. It should be clearly state what happens if vendor fails to live up to its obligation. It should be includes compliant and obligation contract terminology. So when you are doing any kind of contract management, you should all these things should be properly written with a proper attestation from the vendors also. Okay. Next one is supply chain management. A vendor provides supply chain for our cloud services. We must deal with the vendors in a way that protects the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of our data in IT or clouds. I said one example of the supply chain management the other day, right? About the solar event. Like they did not do the supply chain management properly. That's why they were being attacked with a huge scale. Okay. So whenever you are doing that, you should do that supply management part properly. Vendor management life cycle, like vendor selection, you should do with RFP. Then you will select the vendor, then you will do the onboarding of the vendor. Then you will do the monitoring of the vendor, what they are doing, are they following the regulations or not. If they are not following the regulation, you are not satisfied with the vendors, you can do the offboarding of the vendors.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has an advanced certification in cybersecurity course in collaboration with E and ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts to help you master all the skills necessary for getting your dream job in cybersecurity field. Reach us out to know more about this course.